يوسف لسه بادئ جديد
Hello everyone, and welcome to the live commentary of the 6th round of the Rilton Cup. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm Grandmaster Basem Amin from Egypt. I'll be your commentator for the day. Joined by my very good friend, originally from Egypt, now living in Iceland, international arbiter Omar Salama. Long-time friend and also very good chess player, and my coach also sometimes before, and will be your commentator today. Hopefully it will be a good time and you will enjoy. Unfortunately, our great grandmaster Tom is a little bit sick today, so hopefully he will come back tomorrow and will be feeling better. But for today, we'll be commentating on the 6th round of the tournament, which has already started a little bit ago. So we have a sole leader at the moment from India, Grandmaster Raja, with 4.5 points out of 5 games, followed by 8 players with 4 points, and then many players with 3.5 points.
So the tournament is somehow still quite even. Anyone could grab the cup.
Still, I mean, all players with, I think, 3.5 points are not far, just 1 point and how many? 4 rounds still to go. So of course many things could happen. But I expect, especially after a rest day, I think everyone is coming today to fight. So hopefully it will be a great games to entertain you today.
So if I may ask you, Basem, you mentioned something really nice. After the rest day, everyone is coming ready to fight, because most of the tournaments nowadays, they are played without a rest day. We know that in the past there was always the same schedule, having 5 rounds, then a free day, and then 4 rounds. But most of the tournaments now, they are playing like turbo tournaments with double rounds and so on. What do you think? What's your opinion about these differences?
I think this is something also that makes this tournament really unique, because now it's very difficult to find a tournament that doesn't have a double round. And as a player, this is something you're really happy to see, that you still have a 1 round a day and also a rest day. So it's like perfect for the players. Of course, for the organizers, it's usually more expensive to have extra days and so on. But it's great that they managed to do it here like that. Also, it's the time during New Year, and players had time to celebrate New Year's Eve, and without having to worry about next day game. So it was very good, I think, for the players to just relax and celebrate the New Year and have nice time with their friends.
It was really wonderful. I totally agree, because also the 5th round started at 12 o'clock.
Yes. So they finished
could get
early, and prepare their plans, to go out and enjoy their night. So, and yesterday also we had a blitz tournament. I think most of the players, who are fighting in the cup, didn't play, but some also, especially the young players, they always like to play everything. So some of them played. It was quite long blitz tournament, 13 rounds. It lasted about 7 hours. So we'll see if it will affect the people who played
today.
If they'll be affected or a bit tired or no. But in the first board we have very interesting match, I think. Orkidal from Norway, young grandmaster, and very strong attacking player, I think, in my opinion. And Indian grandmaster, the sole leader, Raja, with black pieces. So I think his strategy would be to try to hold maybe with black, because I think this is very important round for him. He's lower rated with about 80 points.
So a draw would be a satisfying result. Of course, without checking the game still as a start.
Yes.
The course of the game can decide.
So let's see how the game started with d4, knight f6. So Orkidal is white, Raja is black, c4. Could be Nemzo Indian, but knight f3, so d5. Okay, you are the d4 expert among us. So
Yes, it's always tricky when black starts with these move sequences.
yes.
Because if you start normally with d4, d5, then c4, e6, you have the option of playing knight to c3 and then knight to f6.
Yes.
But when you play with d4, knight f6, c4,
Mhm.
and then e6,
Mhm.
if you're not willing to go into an Imzo Indian, you will
Yes.
go
You have
for
to play
the
knight
Queen's Indian,
f3.
play knight f3.
And then after d5, you lose some options, yeah, like with knight e2 after
Exactly.
cd5.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's actually the most principle in this position would be the knight on c3.
Mhm.
I would say so.
Yes. Okay, so knight c3 now, bishop b4, so it's Ragozin.
Yes.
Yes. And queen a4, I think, is one of the main moves here.
Yes,
if not
very
the-
fashionable
yes.
nowadays,
Yes,
actually.
also, yeah. So, of course, it's check, and bishop on b4 is hanging, so knight c6 is the only move. And e3. Okay, usually the point of this check is black would like to play c5 at some point. And after queen a4, knight c6, now it's very difficult to play c5 because you still need to move your knight. So the knight is quite misplaced, yeah, let's say,
True,
on c6.
true. You want always the c pawn free to play
Yes.
c6 or c5 at some moments. Knight on c6, somebody said to me, at least when you start playing chess, that against d4, you don't want to have
Yes.
a knight on c6 unnecessarily.
On the other hand, you could lose 2 tempo because you give queen a4 check, and then usually you move your queen back at some point. So you are also
True.
giving some moves, yeah, for black. So e3, castle, queen c2, as we said, yeah, the queen usually moves back. Rook e8. Okay, now black is maybe preparing to play e5 at some point.
He's ready, managed to castle the king. Now taking
Yeah,
the file. with
also
the
giving
rook.
the f8 square for the bishop. Maybe if white plays a3 or something, he can
Have a
can go back with the bishop if he wants.
true.
Bishop d2.
Removing the pin
Mm-hmm. And already he plays bishop f8.
without any
Ah.
waiting for
So,
white to make a3 or something.
okay, I'm not expert in this variation, so maybe it's all theory so far, but I don't know. It feels a bit strange to play bishop f8.
Directly.
Yeah, like without white playing a3. Okay, but white played a3 next move anyway. But yeah,
It's some part of it. Probably doesn't want to give the tempo of the pawn pushes with a3 and b4.
so I think it's very important to see the time here, how fast the players are playing.
True.
So
Definitely, this
Can
has
we-
been in the preparations.
So yeah, black is blitzing out. So bishop f8 is played almost instantly. That means it's preparation. And okay, here white spent time, 7 minutes, about 7 minutes to play a3. So it seems that white is already out of book, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a rare line.
Yeah,
Bishop f8.
yeah. It didn't seem so natural move to play. So yeah, we'll see. He reacted normally with a3, and now e5.
And now he goes for e5.
Action, yeah. So
You said they rested well. So you
Yeah.
don't play a move like e5 now unless you.
yeah, actually, Orchidal didn't play the blitz, so he was definitely preparing. Raja, I think, played,
Okay.
but obviously still he had time to to prepare and
Think of-
surprise his opponent. Yeah, I think.
But it looks natural to me. E5.
Yeah.
Somehow you
yeah,
castle
it's
with
the
black.
it's the idea of the position, but sometimes also they take on c4 first, and
Okay.
only after bishop c4 they play e5, or playing it immediately. Now, okay, from human point of view, it looks very decent for black.
The
okay,
rook on the line.
yeah, you are
king is in the
castles, your
center,
pieces is
everything. Yeah, you're
safe.
ready to open up the position.
Yes,
somehow.
white king is in the center, and you are opening on it, so it's a bit risky for white.
And he's still playing very fast at
Yeah.
this moment.
So this is also important psychological factor, of course. Yeah.
But talking about this point, because some of the players, they blitz out the opening. It doesn't matter if it was classical time control or blitz or whatever. And some players, they take their time. I worked once with Grandmaster before, and he was always like, telling me, Omar, when you come to the game, just take 1 or 2 minutes per move, get into the game. Although, of course, the opening and everything. While some others, they are blitzing out everything. Of course, what is your opinion? What is the thing? Also his idea was not to allow the opponent to understand where
Yeah, when is your preparation finished?
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's actually
what do you do yourself?
many points of view there. Yes, like as you said, some players just go blitz everything, and that also puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. Like you
Definitely.
are blitzing, so you are still preparation. Like 20 moves are gone, and he's still blitzing, yeah, and he's spending all his time hoping to not to get mated or get lost in the opening. Some people just like to take it slowly, and you just make you not sure if he's prepared or not. He's taking his time, but he's playing like good moves, yeah. And then
Exactly.
you keep thinking, is he prepared? Is he not? So
When is the preparation finished?
it could be tricky also. So myself, okay, I mean, I try to mix sometimes, yeah. Like I could be prepared, but still, okay. Also, could be the preparation done quite long ago or not prepared for this specific game. So I try to take my time to remember and be sure I'm not mixing move order or something.
Yes.
But still I know what's happening. Yeah. So it could be either way.
Just
Yeah.
getting concentrated into the
Yes.
game. Yeah.
Yes. Also, even if you are so well prepared, playing so fast could lead to playing wrong move order or mixing up your preparation. So it's I prefer to take it slowly. Yeah. I mean, you still play fast, like you don't spend like 10 minutes in a move that you already know, yeah? But like 30 seconds, 1 minute, just to make sure everything is going in the right way, yeah? So, okay, here e5, white took, take, and take on d5. Okay, now I think this is a normal reaction, white's trying to simplify the position, yeah? When you were not sure what's happening, you just try to play it safe, I think. But yeah, he allowed knight f3 check, which is...
some concession over.
Yeah, it's big decision, I would say. Yeah. Take and knight d5. Yeah, I feel black got a perfect position.
I think so as well. I mean, castled pawn structure is very strong. No pawn, two pawn islands. But okay, white can.
Yeah, but next move is very interesting for white. He castles long.
Exactly, he must have had something in his pocket.
Yes. So the point now is, this. I hope it will be very interesting game. Opposite side castling. So white is planning, of course, to attack on the king side. He opens the g file. He has a 2 bishop or bishop pair. Bishop will usually, I think, go to d3, trying to put pressure on h7. Some rook g1. But it's also not so clear how to attack, because black is not committed to g6 or h6 or any king side weaknesses yet. Like if black had already played g6, then h4, h5 would be coming. But now
they are in their initial position and they are very strong, protecting the king. We speak about the 3 pawns on h7, g7 and f7.
So black took on c3, bishop c3 and queen h4, and black has 1 hour 36 minutes.
Looks to be like everything has been prepared, analyzed before.
So far it's all theory for black, and white is down to 1 hour and 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's already 30 minutes, about 30 minutes time advantage for black, which is something. And okay, position I would say simplified a little bit.
We can see the players relaxed on the screen.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Black player still not thinking because he's still in his preparation, so he's just looking around.
Exactly.
And white player is taking his time, trying to figure out what's going on in his position, how he can continue. Because I think here it's critical, because you cannot just play a move. You need to have a plan. How you will set up your pieces, how you will attack. Okay, bishop d3 I would say is natural move. Rook d4 could be another option.
Yeah.
Not sure what else he can play here.
After rook d4, where will she go, Her Majesty?
Yes,
on h4.
Good question, yeah. I think he needs to stay on h-file to keep protecting h7 pawn, because bishop d3 would come sooner or later, yeah. But let's say he plays... we can move, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's try rook d4. Now the queen should go maybe to h5 or h6. h5, okay, we are attacking this pawn, but maybe bishop... but bishop e2 also could...
run into bishop
f5.
f5.
Give chance to bishop f5.
Okay.
And now, okay, if white plays e4, I think it's a move white doesn't want to play.
No. I
Or
think
maybe
it's
he
a-
does. I don't know, because then if he's in time to play f4,
Okay.
then maybe it's good. But
Because if, for example, bishop g6 can be f4.
yeah,
very
then
annoying.
f4, f5 also is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's interesting. And yeah, other move here is bishop d3, but then what? Like, let's say black plays a normal move, yeah, bishop e6. What's white's threat? What's white next moves?
The plan maybe to double on the
G5, yeah.
G5?
But so with this rook, or okay, you can play both rooks because
Yeah.
black can never take really the h pawn. Yeah, it will be
No,
so
it's
risky.
a very poison pawn.
Yes.
we could say.
And now actually maybe some threats already to take on g7 at some point and then bring the other rook.
And bring the other rook as well.
And yeah, if white managed to do this, maybe it's another. Yes.
Rook takes g7 will always be looming around.
Yes,
Black
black has
has-
to be careful.
yeah,
Yeah, he can
always
play at
calculating.
least f6 if the sacrifice happens. Yeah.
Very interesting idea with queen h4 directly. Normally you want the queen on the other side to help in the attack
Mhm.
in opposite castling, but queen h4 maybe slowing a bit white's ideas.
Yeah, I think the queen is perfectly located on h4. It's
Yeah.
protecting h7 pawn, also putting pressure on f2 and h2. And it could go to the queen side in a
Yes,
move, yeah, in a
yes.
minute, if you are not careful.
True.
And black managed to start attack at some point, like play b5 or c5, and it's also supporting b4. So it will be very nice.
Very interesting game. Very interesting
yeah.
ideas, I think, by both players.
And he's still thinking, yes, in this position after queen h4. Okay, so we are caught up with board one. Let's check
Second board.
second board. So with white pieces, we have a young Indian player, Pranesh, who finished second yesterday in the Blitz tournament,
Okay.
and he did very well. Okay, I drew with him
Okay.
with black, and it was an interesting game also.
Very strong
And
player.
yeah, he did so well in the Blitz.
I'm not
yeah.
sure if he has already GM norms or not yet.
I think he will have very soon. Okay, he's 2475 already. So yeah, definitely will be so soon a grandmaster. And playing against grandmaster from Croatia, Leon.
Yeah.
I also played him
Okay.
yesterday. So it's a very interesting game. Okay, Pranish with white played e4, c5, knight f3, g6. Okay. So this is of course not the main move
No.
against Sicilian, but one variation that's very tricky, I would say. And if white is not prepared, it could go wrong for them.
Okay.
So d4 take. Of course, here there are two moves: knight d4 or queen d4, which is also very interesting, which I play myself sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, here of course knight d4 and two moves here: e5 or knight c3. Okay, but it's another story. It didn't happen. He took with knight, so playing solid.
Trying to keep the
Yes.
Sicilian open.
Yeah, so
region
now
just
we are
now.
back to the accelerated dragon with Maroczy structure territory. Yeah, so knight f6, knight c3. But early taking on d4.
Okay.
So
He wants to
yeah,
force something.
usually if bishop g7 happens here, then white plays bishop e3
And then the exchange
to
on d4
support.
will be
And yeah, now
will
if
be with
black
bishop.
takes, then white will take.
bishop on g4.
Yeah, white will take on d4 with the bishop, and here a move could be knight g4. One of the moves, yeah, and if white takes, then black takes knight,
The piece is hanging
Yes.
on d4.
and usually white goes back and so on. But black took immediately on d4, not to allow that. Queen takes, and now d6 to stop e5, of course, which is a big threat. And now bishop e3, white continue developing, bishop g7, bishop e2, castle, queen back from the threats here, not to allow knight g4, which was already a threat after castling, because now the bishop on g7 is protected. So queen d3, and after bishop e6, now castle, queen a5. Yeah, what I think about Marozzi's structure is very solid for white. So when you play it, you usually have a slight advantage, and you have a game that you either win or draw.
Okay.
Which I think
You're
for
not risking something.
yes, because you are very solid. Yeah, you have like c4 usually play b3 and a2. You have very solid pawn structure, and you have control on d5. Black is not able to push or play, and you try also to prevent b5, which is very well prevented here in this position.
Mm-hmm.
And black is mainly trying to wait. Yeah, he's just waiting.
Sometimes try
There's
to
not so
prepare
much
with
to do.
a6, b5 maybe,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
then release the pressure over the d5
Yeah,
square.
then white could play also a4 if he really wants
Yes,
to.
yes.
But then, yeah, a4 is also committing and gives some squares for black. So, yeah, for the Indian player playing white, he's not taking risk. He's playing, okay, 100 points higher rated opponent. So he says, okay, I try to play it solid. If I win, I win. It's very good.
Exactly.
But if I draw, it's also fine for me.
But I think both players are in their preparations. They have everything, the clocks
Yeah,
are
both
normal.
are playing so fast so far, yeah. Bishop d4. But okay, white player, I would say, is taking more time. Black still... Oh, so this was the first move that black really spent some time. So about 7 minutes to play knight d7, which is a big decision.
Yeah.
To exchange the dark square bishops.
You normally want to think what kind of pieces do you keep
Yeah.
on the board, what to
Yes.
exchange. These are critical decisions.
Yeah, so it's the exchange, and now knight e5 could be a threat, putting
the
pressure. So b3 is a logical move, I would say. And now a6 to always have the option to play b5.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have a result already?
Yeah, 4:45.
Ah,
I didn't show up. Okay, we come to it.
okay. So we'll come to there in a minute. So a6, f4, now f5, already a threat, yeah, to win a piece. And black is already thinking for a couple of minutes. Now, yeah, but as we said, yeah, white is better. He has very solid pawn structure. Maybe starting now a kingside attack. f5 could be a move here, I think.
Yes, I was thinking also about knight c5 maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but knight
And
c5,
start.
then maybe queen d4 check, and then f5, and
And then f5, then you push.
maybe f6 even at some point,
Yeah.
or knight d5. Yeah, f5
So
bishop has
actually
to go.
Knight e5
So
is
let's
not
see.
a strong threat because
Yeah.
queen
So
can
let's
move.
see if he black just plays knight c5, attacking the queen, also giving a square for the bishop. Then white will play
Exactly.
queen d4 check.
King g8.
Okay,
and
f6
then
is a move, but let's say he continue like
f5
normal.
would be
Then
very
f5,
unpleasant.
bishop has to go, and then
Knight d5.
actually even b4 is winning on the spot. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably because
queen
yeah.
cannot take because
He
of
has to take, yeah, because otherwise he lose a piece, and then
Then
if
he
he takes the
lose.
knight d5, attacking the queen, and checkmate on e7. It's
Exactly.
not a check, it's checkmate, yeah?
Yeah.
So that could be very interesting trick. That's why, okay, here, okay, maybe he has to play f6. But also, yeah, I really don't like this.
I don't like knight c5 to say.
Yes,
the truth,
so a move
because-
like knight d5 now will
Yeah.
be even more strong, yeah, because you'll have to take this knight maybe, and then your e7 pawn will be,
always a pain.
yeah,
Although you
a
look
headache
to
forever.
be
Yeah.
having a very nice knight on c5 on a dark
Yes.
square, and
But also b4 could come, yeah, I mean,
at any moment.
the knight is like, yeah, you wish to
Yeah.
have maybe this pawn here, yeah,
Yeah.
on b4.
to secure
and
the outpost.
Yes,
of the knight.
then it's, oh, what am I doing? How? Yes, so if the pawn, black pawn on b4, then okay, the knight is staying there for forever, yeah. But now it's not sure, because if b4 come, yeah, also this bishop can come here, then he doubles on e file, put a lot of pressure on e7, yeah. So it's unpleasant for black, of course.
No.
So yeah, that's why I think black should maybe play f5.
Try to stop the f5
Yeah,
idea.
I
for
don't see
white.
what else actually. Yeah. Maybe he goes back like knight f6. Could be a move. But it's a bit passive also, I think. Yeah. Now
Yeah,
black
the
is.
knight more likely belongs to
Yeah.
c5 or e5.
I mean,
in the future,
black is just
but-
waiting here. Yeah, like no plan at all for
No.
black. But f5.
will
But
be
it's
more
also so committal, yeah? Like F5,
exactly.
a big decision, yeah?
With Tom, we were talking about it the last time.
Uh-huh.
We always said that the pawns go forward, but
Yeah.
they are never allowed to go
Yes,
backwards.
you cannot
So-
play F6 back, yeah?
No,
When you
no.
you
You
get a
decided
check,
to
yeah.
play F5, you will stand with it, you will live with it the whole game. You will
Mm.
continue with it the whole game.
Yeah, personally, I think white is happy here. Yeah? I mean, it's easier to play for white, I would say. Okay, so yeah, we have a result already on board 8. Swedish player Hampus
Okay,
won on forfeit.
okay.
Yeah,
and then
against.
Jakobsen did not come from
Yeah.
the United States. That's
Is
a
he
pity.
he got sick or something, or
Maybe in between, when we take a break, we can ask
Yeah,
the arbiters.
we'll
or
try to
they can
get
help
more
us.
details and let you know what happened here.
Because he was rating favorite, but okay,
Yeah.
it's good for Hampus to go forward in the tournament.
Yeah, but for the tournament, but unfortunately, if he's playing for some GM norm, I think it's very bad news, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually, a game against Grandmaster is what you need
he wants to play.
to improve your performance, especially with white, yes. And for a young player, I'm sure he's not happy with this win.
No,
He would have
wants-
preferred to win over the board, or at least play.
Definitely will be nicer. That's
Yeah.
true.
Okay, it will be only good if he wins the tournament in the end. Then.
At this point, help him in the
Yes,
final
then he can
rankings.
say, okay,
Yes.
I got a point and a rest day as well, yeah. So it
True.
could be good in a way, but at the moment, I think he's not so happy.
No.
Okay, on the third board, that's
We have Matthew Wadsworth with white.
yes,
and
against
Ilham.
Ilham Abderraouf.
Matthew, I think, from England, and Ilham is from Norway.
Yes, I played him last night also in the Blitz. It
Okay.
was a very interesting game. And it was quite similar opening actually. And he played with d4, yes.
Okay.
So I had this him, but okay, in our game he has played g6, not e6. So it's typical like Reti opening, or could be a reversed Benoni.
Yeah.
White plays but bishop b4 is he's playing in Benoni style, yes. And bishop d2, a5, castle and knight c6. Okay, so he's preparing to play e5 and take control of the center. And of course, if white plays a3 here, he can either take or maybe go back, and now a4 is a threat, b4 is prevented, and now the bishop in d2 is quite misplaced, yeah. The knight on b1 is not able to develop normally. And
Sometimes
Yeah.
a lot comes these ideas of like bishop b4 or
you
bishop
give
b5
a check,
with check
just and
to disconnect
Catalan
somehow
also, yes, the typical idea, I'd say. Yeah.
the pieces.
So white played e3, immediately opening the position, using the fact that he's already castled, black king still in the center, and trying to open up. So black immediately castles. He takes on on b4. Now black is forced to take with the pawn because d4 pawn is hanging. And now I think it's big decision for white to take on d4 or play e4. E4 is like all
Blocking the
yeah,
bishop?
King's
Blocking-
Indian structures, yeah.
Yeah.
But it will be good only if you manage to play e5.
Yeah.
But now black is in time to play e5, and
the
then
bishop on g2 looks
yeah,
to be
this bishop is not
sad,
so great
at least.
anymore. Yeah.
I would say.
Yes, and okay, to have a play for white, you will need to play f4, but it's not so easy to achieve because you always have to be careful of knight g4, knight e3. Now without the bishop is also very dangerous. So you need so many moves, yeah, like to play knight e1 and then to play h3 and then to play f4, and it's a lot of time. And
lot of time.
even after that, it's not so clear. Black could play knight d7, knight c5, which is very good square for the black knight, and maybe try to play b5 at some point, get counterplay on queenside, and he can always meet f4 with f6. And usually this attack without this bishop, it's not
Not that
going.
dangerous,
Yeah,
yes.
it's not going anywhere really. So that's why he chose to take on d4. He's trying to open up for his g2 bishop, which I think makes sense. He spent around 3 minutes for this decision. And now black takes, and he just developed knight d2.
Okay, so now always be the question with the bishop on c8. What to do
Yes.
with?
Yeah, this is the main weakness for black in the position. His bishop on c8. It's not so easy to develop. He would love to get it to c6.
Yeah.
Then it opposes the very strong bishop for white.
And
or
actually,
g2.
white is threatening just simple things, like trying to push d4.
Yeah, he
after
can
an exchange
take
of the knights
and play like knight b3, attack the queen, but okay, he needs to take care of b2
or queen
pawn.
b3 at some moment,
Yes,
and then
knight f3,
f3 and then
and
d4.
then yeah, if white manage to get d4, then white's
Position
for
will
sure
be very good.
much better.
So actually, it's a little bit more comfortable to play white in this position.
Yes, now, because b4 is also not so clear how to protect.
No.
Will you play c5? But then, yeah, like knight b3, when he takes on
Maybe
d4 and knight b3, then c5 is hanging, and then d4,
Yeah.
then you will have the double pawn. It's not
Maybe
so good.
rook b8, b6, and c5, and then bishop b7 at some moment.
I think he can play knight c6 back.
Now,
Yes.
Okay.
It looks a bit passive, but I think he needs, because he needs to have e5.
yeah.
And now, okay, I'm making threat. I want to win this pawn. And you cannot play d4 immediately.
It's
Because
very
I
interesting
take it
move,
back.
knight c6.
Yes.
It's not so common that you think about it simply.
Yeah, going back is usually
Going back is very difficult.
yeah, not natural to think, but
no, but it's very interesting. You
yeah,
simply
because I really
clear
want
the
to play
deal line.
e5. Yeah, e5 should be black's idea, unless he plays it immediately and sacrifice a pawn. But okay, myself, I'm not so big fan of sacrificing pawns, as you know.
No, exactly. It's better to keep them. Huh?
Yeah. So knight c6 looks a very interesting move for me, in my opinion. Here, I'm
Yeah,
attacking
very
this
interesting
pawn.
idea. Clearing the D line
Yeah.
to the queen and attacking the pawn and preparing e5. And
So
it's not so easy.
A
how
natural
to-
move would be to play knight b3. Yeah,
then
you want
e5
to
really
play
good move,
d4,
yeah.
but now I'm in time to play
Yeah,
e5,
this
opening for my
changed
bishop.
The whole
And
structure.
yeah,
Wonderful.
yeah. If white, maybe I think still white should play d4.
D4, but okay.
Okay, now black has options. He could play e4.
Yeah.
He can take on d4, but actually e4 is not easy to tell where is the knight going.
I think e4 will be quite annoying. Knight e5, maybe.
Yeah, knight e5 or knight g5. It's hard to tell. Okay, let's see what if black takes first of all. Yeah, then maybe knight f to d4. Now some pressure on c6. But okay, let's say black will just take. And yeah,
Knight takes.
if knight takes, maybe
probably
c6, yes. And
Both actually captures will be c6 a good
Yeah.
alternative.
but now I think black solved a lot of his problems, I would say.
Yeah.
Actually, also he could maybe include some bishop g4 first. Because f3, of course, is a move that white would never want to play.
No.
And the queen has to go somewhere still protecting the knight. So
Queen d2.
d2 or d3. d3 also, I mean, keeps some tricks, yeah, with bishop e2 at some point, but it also, okay, maybe loses a piece
Yeah.
on the spot with c5.
Queen
So
d2.
queen d2, c5 could be a move to exchange queens and simplify position. And I think black
Yeah,
will
c5 could be very good
will
because
be
after knight b3 and if you exchange
yeah, exchange and play rook d8.
and play rook d8 and then you have solved all your problems now.
Yes,
For
and
black, it's not even better.
yes,
actually.
and bishop e2 is annoying. He can play
Yeah.
b6 next, and then
Everything
no
is
weaknesses
fine,
for black.
no,
Yeah.
no.
So okay, that's not so great for white. Yeah. So let's see. I think if he plays knight c6, it's
Very interesting idea.
not sure what white can do here. He's
And
probably still
queen,
thinking. Yeah.
queen e2.
Queen e2. I think I can still play e5.
Okay, and if I take,
Yes.
I will be brave to stand the pins and the threats. Okay, maybe just take on e5 and take on d3.
Yeah, this is the
easiest.
easy option, but I'm checking if
You want to try queen e7?
yeah, if that
Start
works,
with
yeah.
queen e7.
But maybe it's not needed. Yeah.
Maybe it's not enough. I do not know.
Rook
because
e8 also is the move. The knight c6, rook e2, knight d8, rook d2, and
Knight b7.
I'm not sure what is this position. Yeah.
Messy.
Take, take and knight
With the
b7.
bishop or with the knight?
I think
With
White
the knight
would
is
like to
better,
keep
yeah.
his bishop, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a very strong bishop.
Because then, for example, a move like
Yeah.
rook takes d3 will run into knight
Yes,
c5.
exactly, yeah. You have a threat, yeah? You want to
Yeah.
discover, yeah? So will you take his a knight or
Yeah.
no?
And the knight will stand very well on c5.
Yes,
It looks to
if he
be
gets
very
there,
good.
yeah. Yeah, so
score for
this
the
is
knight.
not good for black, I
No.
think, yeah. So queen e7 could be
So
the only
queen
try.
e7.
I mean, if he wants to pin, otherwise he can just take. Yeah, this is a simple
Simple.
move. Yeah, just take back your pawn and
But I'm not sure if. Yeah,
yes, it's not easy. Okay,
it's not easy. Rook d.
Rook
Yeah.
rook d1. Yeah, but
the pawn on c7.
maybe
Then
bishop
again.
g4. Yeah, I'll keep annoying you.
Yeah.
Because if you discover like this, then I can even take c4 and I'm protecting and pawn up, so I can never be worse here.
Yeah.
White has to be very careful here.
Agreed.
So it's not so easy to protect this knight, and if the knight goes, then c4 is hanging. Black would just play c6, then all the pawns are protected, and he's ready to develop his bishop. He can play rook e8.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
black managed to solve with
Yeah.
c5. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I'm
very
interested
interesting, knight
yeah,
c6.
to see if he plays knight c6 or no.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, let's go back to the
Next
fourth board. So Dominic. Also interesting position it seems. So let's go back. So he actually beat me yesterday, Dominic,
Okay.
in the Blitz tournament.
Dominic Horvath,
Yes,
international master from
Austria.
Austria. and-
Yeah, and I was totally winning, but yeah,
Okay.
I messed up in the end, unfortunately.
Okay.
But okay,
That's,
luckily.
that's what is nice about Blitz.
Yes,
3
you always
minutes and
have
2
a
seconds,
chance.
You
Yes,
always have a chance.
yes, that's true. So let's see how's he doing. He actually didn't continue the tournament
Okay.
yesterday because it was taking a bit long time.
Okay.
And he said, okay, no, I have to go to prepare. So let's see. He's playing Parkhov Yar,
Okay.
2470.
Wonderful.
And
What's his age? Young, I think. Under 20.
Probably, yeah, both are young, yes.
Yeah.
And e6, so same. But he's now giving option to play Nemzo Indian.
Yeah, nice.
And it's
yeah.
Nemzo Indian. And Queen c2.
C2.
Which is, I would say, not the most common nowadays.
No,
It's
it was
usually,
maybe 20 years ago, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Older, very
It's-
popular Queen C2.
it's a bit solid for white.
Yeah.
Black usually tries to get some equal position,
Yes.
like with castle and d5, and then
Yeah.
take on c3, take on c4, and play b6, and so on. And okay, it could only be tricky if black like plays the main variation here with castle, and then this
D4
variation,
and then D5, yeah. And then
which
you
is also a,
come into a big fight.
yeah, a big, I mean, theoretical debate, yeah. But if you know, then black is usually fine.
Yeah.
But you have to remember.
Exactly.
So if you are not well prepared, it could be very tricky.
Exactly.
So okay, sorry. Here black played d5 immediately, which I
directly, yeah.
think is recently more popular to prevent this e4, you know, like not
There's
to
no
allow
need
it.
go for
Yes.
Yeah.
Now if a3, then he can like take and castle maybe, and then it transposed to the main variation. If he castled a3, take and d5 now, which is I think equalizing for black, as far as I know. So d5 he takes, and now they can also take by queen sometimes, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, could be a move.
Possible, and then play some
But
C5
of course,
later,
yeah,
but
he
but
can
this
take
is
with pawn. It's more
needs to
principled.
keep the center.
Yes, and bishop g5, and it's somehow transposing to Ragozin, yes?
Yeah.
So some positions of Ragozin, in a way. He can play c5 at some point, or h6 and g5 also. h6, bishop h4, and knight c6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I hope you excuse me. I'm not so expert in this
I
position.
think he
So
wants to play something like
yeah.
maybe G5 at some moment,
Yes.
and knight 3-4. And
black is just trying to finish his development very fast,
yeah.
and maybe play, yeah, as Omar said, g5, knight e4, bishop f5, maybe long castle also.
And it's a direct threat. I want
Yeah,
to
attacking the pawn, yeah.
win a pawn on
Show
D4.
me, yeah.
Show
So
me what you have.
e3, of
Yeah,
course, a
logical.
logical move. Now g5,
G5,
yes,
okay.
bishop g3, and what now? Knight e4 or h5 also? Yeah.
Knight e4, h5 is the same.
H5 is the move he choose. Okay, so now very important. Both players 1 hour 32, 1 hour 31. Yeah, so both players so far
Young,
are
well prepared, coming to
Yes.
fight it in the new year.
blitzing out everything. So H5 was the first move Black spent about 4 minutes to play.
Or maybe he was not at the board.
Yes.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Sometimes
That happens also,
maybe
yeah.
in the refreshment area or
Yeah. So bishop b5 and white still blitzing.
yeah.
So that's
And it's
that-
logic also. It's securing
Yes.
the e5 square probably
Yes.
for the bishop.
So he developing a piece. He want to take on c6 to ruin the pawn structure. Now h4 is not a problem because bishop e5 is there. So yeah, logical move. h4 still. So 10 minutes almost. So now he's definitely out of preparation.
Okay.
Black. White of course still blitzing. Bishop e5. Okay, it's only move. Castle. So now he wants to take the bishop on e5. So it's big decision now. Will white take the knight on c6? Will he take the knight on f6? Will he ignore everything and develop his knight? So
There
it's
is
big choice, I would say.
some good advice that you don't give up the bishop pair while the pawn
Mm.
structure is still mobile.
Mhm.
So if there are some pawn pushes or something, the formation can change. Do not give up the bishop pair unnecessarily, of course,
Yes.
as we always say.
Mhm.
So for me to take on c6 is very, very, very strong decision.
Mhm.
But also one of the two bishops looks to be
Yeah, it's going anyway.
it's going anyway. so you have to
You
have
have
this
to
in
choose, yeah?
yes, exactly. Which one do you want to keep?
Which one
Which
to
one
give
you
up?
can
Yeah.
exchange? And it's
Mm. He played very
It's
interesting
interesting,
move
yeah.
actually. Yeah, h3. I wonder. It's still preparation. Yeah.
h3 and
Because now, okay, if he takes here, he also took the g4 square for the knight.
there is no direct
So-
threat on e5, and if you go back,
Yeah, it's
knight
now so
f3
clear.
could be
Okay,
very
probably
big.
he has to go to e4, but then I'm not
Many
sure if
things.
knight e2 or bishop d3 back or knight f3
or rook d1.
or rook d1.
Many things is there. Many things are there.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, if
No,
he plays long castle also,
Okay. Yeah.
could happen.
Having
Yeah?
the pawns on h4 and g5 could
Yes.
help white in the attack a lot to castle off.
So
Adopts.
black here played queen e7. Okay. Asking, yeah, will you? Now you have to make a decision, really. Yeah?
This kind of moves, with queen e7 or queen e2, we're putting her in the center, waiting what you do. I'm not. What are you going to do? I'm not deciding.
Mm-hmm.
King side or queen side. No commitment yet.
Yeah. So
Knight to f3.
knight f3, protecting the bishop. Now he took.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I mean,
Why
I kind
didn't-
of like the other version, yeah, to take immediately and play knight e4. I mean, including queen e7 and knight f3, I feel it helped white a little bit.
Yeah. Because at least you give an option.
Yeah.
You can take back on e5
With the pawn or with the knight, also, yes.
You give
And
your
okay, I
opponent-
need to develop my knight anyway, so and f3 is putting pressure on g5, so I think white gained more, yeah, of a tempo than black, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, now he played knight e4.
Bishop.
But okay. So white is already thinking here for 10 minutes after knight e4.
Because probably
He's thinking,
queen
okay,
c5 can be annoying as well.
now castle long or castle short, probably, yeah. He has to decide, yeah. Or bishop d3, I think, is a
D3.
third move to consider here. Yeah, because as you said, queen c5 is
Queen
black
c5 is quite
threat.
annoying.
Yeah, it's already a threat.
Yeah.
So big decision for white here, I think.
They can think about it while we check on the next
Yes.
game.
Board number 5.
The top seed,
Yes.
Krishnan Saskirian from India.
Sashi against probably another Indian, yes? Or?
Yes, international master Pranith
Mhm.
from India. 24, 27.
So-
Actually, I was, before we start
Mhm.
the
Yes.
session, I was walking in the playing hall and I could see.
2007. He's 15 years old, yeah?
Okay, very young.
Mm-hmm.
And
Or 16, yeah, could
or
be.
16
It's
in the new
23
year.
already,
Yeah.
yeah?
True, true.
So,
But it seems like he was surprising him in the opening. At least the first
Yes.
few moves
yes.
somehow.
It's as I see, so e4, g6.
Okay.
Of course, not the typical opening from Sashi. He usually plays Sicilian when he
Okay.
wants to play for a win, as far as I know. But okay, G6 also shows how much he's trying to play for a win, and this is something very nice about opening tournaments. Also very tricky.
Yeah.
When you are top seed, you have to play for a win every game, and your opponents, if they are much lower rated, like here's a rating difference 200 points, which is a lot, and he's with white, he's very solid, so I'm happy with draw.
Yeah.
But you want to win, so
Exactly.
you are the one who has to take the risks.
Yeah. You have to create chances.
Yes.
You have to create some play and
You have to push,
to show
and
that.
that's why it's very dangerous to play open tournaments,
Yeah.
rating wise, I'd say, because you have to take risks with black against very strong players, very solid players, and you could just lose.
True.
So we'll see how it goes for Sashi, if it pays off the risks he will take in this game. So he's playing the modern defense. Bishop g7, white plays knight c3, bishop e3. Okay, so this let's say most common setup, also attacking setup. Like a bit safer setup would be to play like knight f3, bishop e2, and short castle. But with bishop e3, maybe he's going for the long castle and the attack, which is more interesting, at least for the commentating
We are
point
looking
of view.
forward to
Yes.
fights.
So bishop e3, I'm happy to see a6. Now developing b5 or preparing b5. Sorry.
Because somehow bishop e3, you tell your opponent.
Yeah, I'm going for long side castle.
So
Yeah.
a6 is.
So
I'm also
a6.
going for b5.
He says, okay, I want to play b5. Will you stop me by playing a4? But then if you castle long, then you already have big commitment, yeah, on the queen side. So it's a weakness, it's a big weakness also, and b5 could be very strong if white castled the queen side.
True.
So he ignored and played queen d2. Black plays b5, of course, and already long castle. And yeah, usually bishop b7. Now b4 could be a threat at any moment, and e4 is hanging, so usually they play f3, and he did.
Also preparing
So-
g4, h4.
Yeah, but what's interesting is black is, okay, it's all common moves for black in that position, but white is taking his time, yeah? So maybe it was a good surprise by black, I would say. Because this setup for black, if white doesn't really know what he's doing, it's very dangerous, yeah?
Yes.
If you don't know how to attack or how to defend, also when black starts attacking, it could be very tricky for white. So
A good opening choice.
yes, I would say like the opening was success for black so far, but let's see how he continues. Long castle, bishop b7, f3, it's all normal. Knight d7, black usually tries to prepare for c5. h4, so white immediately starts his attack. Okay, threatening h5, of course.
And also black is somehow delaying short castling.
Yes.
So
Because also developing this knight also gives some
Yes.
e5 options, yeah.
and
so
if you castle short, you give a target directly.
Yes.
The h4, h5 open.
Then he knows,
h9,
yeah?
Yes. Exactly.
come
But
after
in
you.
the center might be still h4 and g4 not that effective.
Yeah.
Just gaining some space and so on.
So h5, preventing h5, which is normal move. Knight h3. Now the knight could go to g5 or f4, depending on how the game continues. Knight f6, now developing, also preventing g4, any g4 ideas. The knight goes to g5. I think the knight is important here to protect e4 for when he plays g4. So sometimes he can, like, let's say if black castles quickly, then a g4 could be a move, yeah? And even if I take, then the e4 is protected, and now maybe h5 or even h5, and just give everything to open the king side. Yeah, it could be very dangerous for black here. That's why he delayed castling and played e6 first. So he's playing it solid also, black, like, okay, preventing e5, d5, no any pushes in the center. And maybe he wants to play like queen c7, maybe castle long even, yeah? Like he can do it. a3. Okay, a3 is, I think, big decision here. Okay, he wants to prevent b4, but yeah, if black managed to play b4, then it will be opening the b file.
Yeah, it's It's
committing move, I would say. He plays queen e7, as we mentioned, king b1. Okay, so white is still preparing and trying to secure his king first before he starts his attack. Okay, white's only chance to attack would be to play g4, I think, yeah, to open the position. But it, again, all depends where black is castling, and I think he will delay that for some time. He plays knight b6, okay, natural move, to have knight c4 at some point, yeah. Bishop e2, finally. And knight fd7. Again, having c5, back on the table, yeah? So, but now g4, I guess, yeah? Yes, he has to. Now he has developed all his pieces, so...
ready for the g4 attack.
He cannot wait anymore.
No.
g4. And the time, okay, both are sinking, so yeah, black has extra 10 minutes. And long castle almost playing instantly, yeah, like with a minute sinking, or less.
That's why he delayed castling.
Yes.
Looking for the development. It's also a clever idea.
He also, black has like 2 knights and the bishop around the king, so he's
on the same side,
not really in danger,
quite
yeah?
Safe. It's quite safe. Both kings on the same side of the board. Okay, so very interesting battle here.
Yes. And this is the current position, and white has been thinking for about 5 minutes so far. Okay, it's big decision for white actually, because now, like you are prepared that, okay, black will castle short, and then I will start attacking here, but all of a sudden, he castles queenside, and actually black is, I would say, stronger on the queen side, yes? He has more pieces. He's more ready there, so it's not so easy to create some play on the queen side. You would love to play maybe d5, but that opens for the monster in g7, yes? So it's it's not so great, yeah?
No.
If you are not really prepared for it. And
I think he should try to do something still on the king side.
Still, yes. So he can take maybe on h5 and...
push f4 at some moment.
Yes, if black takes with the rook, then f4 will be attacking the rook. He has to go back and maybe try to prepare for h5 and try to break through in the king side, or f5.
Putting both rooks on G and H.
But also, it's like knight c4 is very annoying.
Always
so this bishop cannot really go anywhere.
No.
And now this bishop is open, so like a move like f5 for black could come. So yeah, it's big decision for white here after long castle. It's very interesting to see what he plays. Meanwhile, let's go for the next game. Okay. Grandmaster Elias Meren, of course, one of the tournament favorites, against Swedish strong player Erik Sorn. And Elia played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, Roy Lopez, and okay, luckily no Berlin. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle. Normal Roy Lopez, rook e1, b5, and castle. Okay, here of course like 2 moves, d6 or short castle. So d6, it says I'm not playing the marshal.
No.
So yes, it's what I usually play, because I play usually Briar. And short castle says, okay, marshal is on the table, so if you play c3, which is main move, then I can choose to play d5, or I can play d6. So
keep the options.
Yes, black is keeping his options. But now, if white wants to avoid marshals, they play what's called anti-marshals, which many moves could be, but the main one I would say is a4. h3 is also one of them. d3 is one of them, but a4 is the main one, I guess. b4 and d3. d6, now c3, rook b8, knight bd2. It's all normal move. Both players are playing quite fast. h6, usually a typical move in Roy Lopez. You want to play rook e8, but you don't want to allow knight g5. So h3, also prophylactic move. Now rook e8, a5. Yes, usually very important move actually, to prevent black from playing knight a5, which maybe I think he could have played here. Okay, I'm not so sure what's the best moves here, but knight a5 followed by like bishop
a2.
bishop goes and then maybe c5, yeah. But maybe some d4. Okay, it's
A lot of theory.
yes,
yeah.
big theory here, and you have to know it. I don't always. Okay, I play similar setups in a way, but not the exact ones. This exact one. So yeah, rook a8 was also a natural move, but yeah, it allowed a5, and now bishop a4 could be a bit annoying.
Yeah,
because it's a pain also. Yes. So bishop f8, knight c4. So it's very important to protect a5 also before playing bishop a4 if he wants to play. And yeah, the point it's annoying here is if black plays bishop e6 then bishop a4. Yeah, and probably he will has to go back.
We have something in the chat, Basem. We have a fun fact by Pushim. He says, or she says, fun fact, up to 11th black's move h6, which is on board 6 that we are checking now, was following the game Ketilli against Basem Amin from the 2006, which was a draw by transposition.
Okay.
So that was 2006. Do you remember that?
17. No, I have no idea
No,
about
no.
this game.
Was it in the Chess Olympiad 2006?
No, I didn't play that Olympiad
No,
actually. But
no,
I don't remember even where was that game. Yeah.
no.
It's very
That's
interesting.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks
you very much for
sharing
on
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I used to play like this variation. Yes, actually until 2007 I started playing the Briar.
Okay.
So before the Briar I was like playing the normal with castling, and yeah, I was getting these anti-marshals quite a lot.
When did you get your GM title?
2006 actually, yes.
2006. So when you became a grandmaster, you decided to change, develop
yes,
new ideas.
a little bit,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, that's interesting. So till h6, yeah? Here, yeah? h6. Yes. Yeah, I remember in 2008, I was also still playing this variation, and I played in World Blitz in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
It was a round robin, but back then it was only 16 players.
So you played 2 world championships for Rapid and Blades
in Kazakhstan. Yes. But that one in 2008 was really special, yeah, because it was only 16 players, and it was like my first time playing against like
top players, in
elite
the world.
players, yes, and round robin
has
as well.
been
Yeah.
very hard.
It was very hard, but also very good experience. But what I didn't like back then, the time control was only 5+0, so yeah, it was. I was not so fast, and I lost many games on time with queen up, because I like to play like chess and
Maybe
focus
there were
more
no
on
increment even at that
yes,
time.
it was 5+0. Yeah,
Okay,
so
that's very
that's
hard
why
and
I lost on time many games. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember I had 2 anti-marshals against Svidler, against Grishuk.
Okay.
I lost against Svidler and won against Grishuk, yeah, in the same variation. So this my main memory from this tournament, I would say, yeah, with anti-marshals, yeah. 2008.
2008, yes. And he adds also, Pushim says that it's from the Lee chess database.
Okay.
Not sure about the location.
Okay. Yeah. A5, bishop f8, so knight c4, bishop e6. Or this is this really happened, yeah?
Everything.
Because I was saying that bishop a6 would be met by bishop e4 and he has to go back, yeah, but that happened actually.
And then white changed. Could it be like a draw offer?
No, but okay. I mean,
It won't be accepted.
White would never play bishop b3 here. Yeah?
Silent draw off.
Yes, knight e3, g6, normal move. And now white is thinking. Yeah, so this is typical for Roy Lopez. It's slow. White is trying to build up his play, yeah, and try to get d4 at some point, but it's not easy now.
And black will be trying also c5 or something.
Yeah, c5 or d5 if he managed to.
Playable for both.
Yes, typical. Long game, I would say.
Wonderful.
Board 7. My teammate Nikita Meshkovs from Latvia, Grandmaster 2566. We are teammates in Sweden here for Vasa. And against Tobias, FIDA Master 2440 39.
From Germany, I think.
Yes, I think so. Of course, young player also.
Can we check on his age?
Yes,
It's very good to see.
that's a good question.
Chess is always for the youngsters.
2004, so
So he is
18, 19, 18, yeah.
18 years old now.
Yes, and 18 still young, of course, in the chess world. And young are always motivated, usually very well prepared, because they spend a lot of time on chess. That's why I think the opening choice that we'll see from white, bishop g5. So he's
Okay.
just playing something solid,
Yeah.
not so
just-
much theory, just to have a game and play it from
Yes.
there. Yeah, that's his strategy, I would say.
And he chose e6.
E6 is one actually.
Very interesting choice.
Yes.
Simply, if you take on f6, I will take back with the queen.
Yeah, the point or the main move here, I would say, if white plays e4, then h6 is forcing him to take, because if he goes in g5 and you lose the pawn,
And also there is
you
an
have to
interesting
take
line
and queen takes back. Yeah.
after e4.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I remember well.
Mm-hmm.
And with c5.
Yes, I think
Because,
so. And some
E5
e5 you can
will
take,
answer
yeah, and not take, but
no, play h6 normally.
h6, yeah.
Just normal h6 and then
g5.
and then g5.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get anything from the position.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take on f6, for example, at some moment, always will be.
Yeah, two bishops and
Yes.
good compensation, even
So
if you
it's
are
tricky
pawn down,
because
yeah.
e6 and then you come into e4, then c5.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was sometime. I've checked this variation.
But
sometime
probably
ago.
here, maybe d5.
d5 is the most.
Yeah. But maybe then h6, yeah, and then
The most challenging move for black.
Okay, I'm not expert in these
No,
things, but
no. I just came across
I
this
play
line sometime some
h6
years ago. Yeah.
when I get this position. I used to play h6,
H6
and
is
just take the
interesting, yeah.
bishop pair and play from there. Yeah?
Yeah.
But okay, so Nikita choose e3 again, like solid.
No,
Yeah,
we
I'm
play
not
chess
going to
without
any
theory.
action. Yeah,
Just pieces out,
Yes.
and we play a game of chess. Long game, I don't care, but
Yes.
no theory.
c5, knight d2. Okay, this move usually against queen b6, because if you play c3, usually now queen b6 is a big move, and you will maybe play queen b3 and so on. So knight d2, take, bishop e7, c3, b6, yeah, a4, typical move, yeah, to play a5 at some point. No, big move by black, knight d5.
Getting advantage, I think the bishops has to be exchanged, and maybe
It's
that
actually
fourth square would be-
trapping the
Yeah.
dark square bishop, yeah. So he's forcing the exchange, and as you said, yeah, now knight f4 could be annoying if bishop
Yeah.
d3. He cannot play bishop d3 anymore. Yeah. He can play bishop c4. Yes,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah. Knight f4 and castle probably.
Okay.
G3. So he's
G3.
also he doesn't want to decide. Yes.
Maybe queen f6 would be bishop. You know, the knight on f4 with bishop on b7 and
Mhm.
queen on g6, for example, or on
Yeah.
the g line, will be really, really annoying for white.
That's why he
You
chose
just simply
delayed
want-
castle
no,
a little
yeah.
bit. Yes.
You don't want to play this position from
Mm.
the beginning. If you
But black played, I think, a very good move here. Because the knight has no really good squares to retreat to. If it goes back to g6, it's controlled, yeah? And white could play like h4, h5 even at some point. And okay, h3 is also like it's so
Knight
misplaced,
is-
yeah?
yeah.
And it could be trapped also, yeah? And that's why he played d5, which I really like.
Okay, very interesting.
Hmm. He's gaining a tempo, but
Some
maybe
Australian chess tells you
yeah.
when you start, do not attack
When you are attacked,
when
yeah?
you are attacked.
Yes.
But sometimes you are forced.
Yes.
So d5.
Okay, but it has also big negative this move that it's closed this diagonal, yeah?
True.
This
I
big
somehow
diagonal, yeah?
somehow I'm not sure if it was the best move
Yes.
to play d5 here. I mean, strategically, the bishop. Maybe he wants to put it on a6 and exchange it for the other one.
I mean, the bishop could just go even to f1, yes? And your knight have to go back to g6.
True.
And then after, then I can play h4 or develop the bishop again and castle, and then I'm not sure your bishop on c8 is happy anymore.
It's also a bit annoying because maybe you want to. If the bishop leaves the diagonal f1 a6 for any reason, then knight d3 is there and the pawn on b2.
Yeah,
But where's the point the bishop?
he's not really hoping for that.
No.
Yeah?
Also,
Maybe bishop b5 first. Yes.
bishop b5. Okay.
To make him play like a6.
Yeah.
And then go back to f1. But then like black bishop cannot even come to a6 to change bishops. Yeah.
Yes,
So
it
it's
could be very interesting.
yes, he plays a6 and now
And
bishop.
this is very nice maneuver by Bose.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Now the knight's still hanging.
Knight g6. He has to go, and now.
That's why d5 maybe. I do not know.
Yes, bishop g2. So the bishop did it what it should have done in the other diagonal.
And came back. Yeah, I think white is really.
And it's very important to include this bishop b5 because now if the pawn was on a7,
Definitely.
then bishop a6 would be very annoying. Yeah.
Definitely.
But now he can.
That's why I was not so happy with d5.
I think he has to play e5 maybe now. Yeah?
Okay.
Can he?
But then he will have to have this concession.
But then he just take once and we take, and now I escape. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, now
King.
isolated pawn and white is happy.
Yeah, this is definitely strategically much better.
That's why he played a5. Okay, decent move. Also, he want to develop his bishop, but I think he has time to castle now. Yes, bishop a6, rook e1.
Can he transfer the bishop to d3? And it would have been nice if the knight was not on g6. If we had a knight on f6, then bishop d3, bishop g6.
Yes.
Looks to be interesting, but with the knight on g6, it's not the same.
I think the main concern for black now will be h4, h5. Yeah,
the knight
will
is
come
a
and
bit misplaced.
And what to do about it?
Can he try to play, for example...
His current position, actually.
Okay. To meet h4 with rook fc8?
Probably he'll play knight f6. So first,
Yeah.
try to prevent
h5.
h5 for a while, yeah? And see then, yeah,
but more or less, I think the position is about balanced. Or
yes,
equal. I mean, there is no direct tire.
A bit
slightly
like
better for
tiny
white.
advantage maybe for white, but it's not so easy to convert. Yes, because black is also solid. Queen side is a bit stable. Black could try to play b5.
Exactly, grab some space and
like
press
rook
on the
f
b2.
b8 and then play b5
and press on the b2.
Yeah, put pressure on b2 pawn.
But
this is
maybe
black's
this
idea.
is the opening that white wanted.
Yeah.
Choosing the Trompovsky with bishop g5. So he wanted this kind of playable position, no theory. And let's see. And probably Tobias takes the challenge.
Yes.
And
probably.
It might be a long game.
For me here, I will play h4 and then see what happens.
Okay.
And after knight f6, maybe knight e5 or something. But yeah, it's big decision, so I think he will take some time here. Yeah.
And we have game 8.
Yeah, board 8 we said we had a forfeit that we will try to get info about.
We can maybe try to take a short break and come back.
Yeah, we have how many games? Oh, we have a lot of live games, yeah. Yes. So, yeah, we can have a 10 minutes break, yeah, and
short break and we come back to
try to find out about this result on board 8 and give you updates on that. So stay tuned and we'll be back shortly. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the live commentary of the 6th round of the Rilton Cup. Sorry the break took a little bit longer. I tried to get the news about forfeits we had. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Brandon is not feeling so well. That's why he couldn't play, and the same for Jonathan Westerberg. So now we will be joined by Swedish #1 Grandmaster Grandelius Nils. Welcome, Nils.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Hello.
very happy to be here in Sweden with you.
Yeah,
And
great.
thanks for joining the commentary and help
course.
me a little bit.
of course.
So I'm struggling here.
Struggling.
Yeah. I'm not so expert commentator. So it's but it's been going well so far, I hope. And okay, in case people are wondering, so we'll be playing a match tomorrow, starting tomorrow. 6 games match for 3 days. We'll play 2 games per day, 45 plus 10.
45 plus 10.
Yes, a new time control that was used in the World Teams Championship.
Yeah.
And you played that before or first time?
I have never tried it. So
Yes,
I'm quite
same,
curious.
yes.
So I have a
So-
feeling it might become more popular in the
Yes,
future
yes.
because somehow it's a nice compromise between.
Yes, not classic, not so fast.
Yeah,
also,
because
yes.
For classical chess, sometimes people
Mm.
are thinking a bit too long.
Yes,
15,
that's
20
too much.
Probably
I mean, you
had
could spend
some-
the 45 minutes in one move already, yes?
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's also sort of feels still pretty serious.
Mhm.
Like when you prepare for it, I guess, more like classical
Yes.
than like
Yes,
rapid
that's
or,
true,
or
yeah.
blitz. Like
It's more serious, yes.
it
of
feels
course.
more serious. So
Yeah.
it feels kind of serious enough, but also not as boring as as classical for the audience,
Yes.
perhaps. So.
The action comes faster, a little bit faster.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
so we will see.
Yeah.
Maybe after these days,
Yeah.
my opinion will change completely. This we will see.
We'll see how it goes, yes.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you and everybody else.
Yes, so you just arrived today?
I arrived, literally like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so sorry for
No, of
taking
course.
you.
Of course.
But I thought it would be great to have you in commentary
Yeah,
with
of
me.
course. Of course.
And
Yeah, I was looking
you,
a bit
you,
about the
you
games.
checked the games,
Yeah,
yes.
because
I
I
wanted
was
to
like,
ask
I had
your
5 hours on the train, so I
Ah,
had some
so you're
time.
already following, yeah?
A bit. I was very surprised why there were 2 people.
Forfeits, yeah.
2 forfeits.
Yeah,
in
we're
the
just
beginning.
talking, and unfortunately they're not feeling so well.
They are simply.
Yeah, sick, a
simply
little
ill,
bit sick, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not sure if they will continue the tournament or
we will
no,
see later,
but I think tonight we will know for sure.
I thought it was especially maybe a pity for the young Swedish guy who might have played for Grandmaster Norm with a strong finish, this Hampus.
Oh yes,
So
I
it's
said that the point. Okay, he wins a point, but I'm sure he's not happy, yeah, because he's playing
Exactly.
for Norm for sure,
And if
and
you have
this,
one
this
forfeit win,
ruins
yeah,
everything. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, it's a
At least it wasn't the last round, but
yeah, yeah, that would be
but
so
still,
dramatic.
Yeah, it's always a pity, of course.
Yes.
But the games that
I
are
said he could only be relieved if he wins the tournament in the end. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay, maybe this
Then
point
it's
helped
fine.
a little bit. Yeah,
then it's certainly fine. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so what are the most exciting games?
Yeah, so this game on board 1, so Raja is Indian Grandmaster, he's leading the tournament, playing against Orchidal. So we had seen, not sure if you saw from the beginning, so it was this variation.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe you know more here for sure, because I don't play these things, and here he played Bishop F8,
Yeah, it's possible.
it's
yeah.
possible, and then E5, yeah?
Yeah, usually.
It's all played, yeah?
I think it's all played. Yeah, a couple
Mhm.
of different move orders, but
Okay.
this whole
Because
thing.
black was blitzing out and white was taking more time, yeah?
Yeah, it's simply a little bit confusing because you don't know in which order
which,
to play.
yeah, also which pawn to take here or...
Yeah, exactly.
Which
like
exchange, yeah.
take with the pawn or with the knight, or
Yes.
take on d5 first, and
Or
so on. But I
E5,
think
yeah.
what he did was, I think, the most
Principle,
normal.
yeah?
Yeah. Trying to go for this long castle and,
Yes,
and give.
I
something.
feel I might have seen this before, but I'm not so sure. But
This is still theoretical. A theoretical position.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the details. I know one funny move here
Mhm.
is to play the move a5 with the idea to go knight b4 next move.
Mhm.
Even like this, pretty
Wow.
aggressive stuff.
But even after long castle, yeah, with
Yeah, yeah.
all the pins and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, because no good.
A5, yeah,
Yeah.
to play knight b4.
sacrifice this and open
And
up.
then take with
yeah.
pawn, yeah, and attack. Yeah. Very
No, I
interesting.
mean it's very double-edged, of course. Yeah.
Yes,
but
yes.
but were a couple of games already.
Mhm.
with
And maybe
various
like
moves.
bishop e1, yeah, to,
yeah,
to
yeah,
prevent-
maybe. I mean, but
Yeah.
the point is that as soon as you play e4, there is always this
Yes,
check.
queen
on
g5,
Yeah,
yes,
so you
yeah.
don't
It's
lose
not
a piece.
losing a piece, yeah.
But
Mhm.
yeah. But what he did,
He
also
took,
looks very
yeah,
normal, yeah.
yeah, because okay, he's leading and he's playing black against almost 100 points higher rated opponent. So I thought, okay, a draw would be fine for him.
Yeah, definitely.
So he's playing the solid approach, probably. Yeah. Yeah, and here this was the last moment. I thought he spent some time here, and okay, I thought rook d4 looks like a move, or bishop d3. So
Or bishop d3, exactly these two moves.
yeah, but he need to have a plan, yeah, how to continue, not just one move by
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Structurally, it's a
So-
little bit worse for white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He tries to attack, but it's not so clear also because black is very solid because he hasn't pushed any pawns, so it's no clear targets for white to attack.
exactly. Yeah.
So rook d4, queen h6, and h4. Okay, probably to play rook g1 and then h2 is not hanging, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop e6, rook g1, rook d8.
Yeah, this is the problem. Like every
Yeah.
trade will be good for black.
Yes,
so
exactly,
it's
and
quite
not
simple to
many
play for black.
pieces
Yeah,
left, yeah, for white. He tries to keep the rook, but it's
It does not feel so healthy for white in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
but maybe some bishop f6, yeah, at some point.
yeah, possible.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, it's black. Black should still be careful, of course. There are a couple of tricks.
Rook d6,
Rook
yeah.
d6. So now, if bishop f6, there is always rook c6, which is very annoying.
Yes. That's good defending move, yeah.
Probably.
Bishop c4, yeah. But
Play
bishop
it.
c4 is like offering draw, I guess, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how easy it is to get a draw also, because if everything disappears, then
Yeah,
this
then
H-
black is better, yeah.
yeah, then black is better because this h pawn is very weak.
Yes,
No,
yeah.
maybe he considers this pawn on f7 to be a little bit of a target. It's hard to
But
say.
okay, if he takes, you have to take back with rook, yeah?
Yeah, then he has to move back.
Yeah, but then
But
also
now at
like-
least, I mean, for instance, you have this now, the g4 square is available, so it's a bit easier.
can
to
double,
the
yeah.
rook, yeah.
But then rook g6 will come and
Yeah, maybe. But, you know, at least trying to
rook
create...
c6, yeah.
Rook c6 is also very solid.
But
Yeah, just one move here, like what happens after rook takes e3?
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
just considering, yeah.
It's the first thing we have to consider.
Yeah,
Like, to
but
take
rook d2 probably, yeah. Bishop d2, I mean.
Bishop d2 is the problem, and
Yeah.
I guess. Mm.
Yeah. But rook g6, can you play? It's funny, yeah. Rook
This is the
g6, and if he takes, yeah, rook e1.
exactly, and this would be almost checkmate.
Yeah.
But the problem, I guess,
He
is you
just
can
moves,
simply
yeah.
moves the rook, yeah,
Yeah,
and
Now he's lost.
and like if the rook was on b6 instead of a6, you could have this rook takes a3, and then mate.
yeah.
But the rook was on c6, so the king always has a square.
Yeah. Rook c6 was played, and white is still thinking, yeah.
Yeah. But now it's already a little bit, I guess, unpleasant to move the rook because of the c file.
So rook g4 would be the only
You have to try it.
possible, yeah. Because okay, exchanging rooks, I think then black is just better. Yeah.
Yes, but okay, you can argue maybe that black is slightly better, but it's maybe easy
I-
draw, yeah.
yeah.
Like this, but if you
I mean,
want to
it's
create
not what
something-
wants, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this natural move to play. Okay, at least you're threatening some, but it's rook g6, I guess, yeah.
I guess rook
Because g6 is, I mean, of
But
course,
G6
not something
well,
black
G6
wants to play.
has the
yeah.
point that okay, bishop g7 actually comes on the next move, and you have this c file pin,
Yeah, but maybe king g1, king b1.
and after bishop g7
I
you
can take, yeah.
simply take.
Yeah, probably.
But even this is not.
It's not great for white, yeah. But okay, at least maybe like I move my queen, try to get h5, and pretend.
But also black, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But also black puts
Rook
rook on the
b6,
fifth.
yeah, or also
rook
yeah.
b6, but also rook e5, and then both rooks can come. And it's typical, like Kapov was famous for this rook on the
Yeah.
fifth, always, or on the fourth as white. But same.
Yeah, so we'll see.
I don't know. I mean, it's also the sort of position where you have to, pull the emergency brake in time, I guess. Like, if you continue to play as if you're better as white.
Yeah, so he did play,
He played rook.
I think, yeah.
No, rook gg4, I think he played. Other rook.
Wow. Yes, rook gg4. Played in 10 minutes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's okay with exchanging one pair of rooks, and but then what? Yeah.
But then what? Yeah, but so if black takes,
Yeah.
take with the rook, I guess.
C5 even, yeah. Like
Even c5, yeah. I mean c6 is solid, but
yeah,
but
C6
c5
is
makes a
normal,
lot of
yeah, but
sense.
C5, okay, I want B5 before even,
Yeah.
and queen can come to C6, also putting pressure on F3. Maybe queen A4 he wants, or something.
To go aggressive.
Okay, maybe you want to win some pawn, and hope for the best.
Hope that there is no counter attack.
Yeah, but
like,
B5, B4 still very strong.
yeah,
if he
something
gets-
like rook d8, let's say,
Mm.
queen takes a7, even queen d6 is like very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
I
queen
guess.
A4, B5, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can just show
So
this.
this, and queen D6 threatening mate here,
Yeah.
and if white tries to prevent, then B5, yes.
And, queen is overloaded.
Yes, checkmate. Yeah, but here what can he actually defend? He has to go with king. Maybe check and
Check and
go
queen d5.
Queen D5, yeah, B3. So or
No, or
queen A4 now, yeah.
But that, I mean,
But okay, at least take F3,
yeah.
yeah.
Take F3 and black is just much
Yes,
better. Yeah?
it's, that exchange was good for black, definitely. Yeah.
No, white should probably try to trade the rook maybe. But if you go rook e4 after c5,
Yeah.
I guess black
But still
anyway
rook
plays
D8, yeah.
yeah.
Yes, and what's the rook doing here? Yeah.
Well, at least it's not attacked, so maybe you have some extra time. I don't know. But time for what is also the question.
Yeah, like black has 0 weaknesses here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's much easier to play black here, I think.
Should be. But I mean, limited material and only one big weakness.
Yeah.
But it's maybe enough for black. Like bishop ending might be simply lost because this h pawn is so weak.
again,
So.
yes. It's easy to get past
Yeah,
h
it's
pawn.
even you
Yeah,
don't have to win it. You can simply trade
yeah
it.
like even play h5 and g5. Yeah,
Exactly.
sacrifice and get the pass pawn.
yeah, exactly. So
Because you can have one king side, one pass pawn also on queen side. So you have the pawn majority also on
Yeah.
queen side. Yeah, so it's
it looks very unpleasant for black.
for white. Yeah.
Mhm.
So okay, we'll see how it goes. So he's still
But
thinking,
it's-
of course.
Yeah, but very pleasant for
yeah,
black.
definitely. Yeah.
definitely.
Second board. Oh, he got that position. Yeah. So we checked around here. Yeah, and f4, and I thought, okay, it's big decision for black here what to play. So f5 is a threat.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Immediately there's knight e5. Yeah, but
at some point it
okay,
will
maybe
come.
start with queen d4 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Yeah,
f6 will have to come. But to play f6 or f5 here. But
yeah.
F5
F5 looks
is
more
also
active, but also you create a lot of
yes,
weaknesses.
Bishop f3 and then b7 or rook e1 and e7.
Yeah,
It's
probably you have to play
everything, yeah.
F6, yeah.
yeah, but it's
Also
a move you don't want to play. Also.
Yeah, it's very sad also.
Yes, because now after knight d5 and then e takes and then you suffer forever. Yeah.
It's a big difference to have
Yeah.
the pawn on F6, of course.
Mm.
But in general, it seems like black is simply too slow with
Yeah.
counterplay. Yeah?
Yeah, so I mean black is 100 points also higher rated,
Mm-hmm.
and
Doesn't look like it so far.
yeah, no, but white player, I mean, okay, is very young Indian player. Yesterday we had the Blitz tournament,
Mm-hmm.
and he finished second,
Second, yeah.
and he played so well yesterday. I think they might have played yesterday actually.
Uh-huh.
It will be interesting to see the result, but yeah, I think maybe the Indian player won. Not sure. So yeah, that also could affect the result. You think? Yeah, if you're going to play a opponent next day, and then you play a day before in the Blitz tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
And big psychological effect. Yeah, I think, especially if you lose.
Yeah.
So the opening choice was Sicilian G6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best, I think. Yeah, I mean,
It's a bit passive.
seeing how the game developed.
At least, how the game developed is a big disaster.
He got the Maroczy structure and just easy play for white and no risk. Yeah, it's like risk-free position. What's called. Yeah.
No, you have to try to get this b5 in somehow.
Yeah, but it's very well defended.
Yeah, exactly. No, so far white has been.
Yeah,
playing
now
very
knight d5. Again, no b5. Yeah. Okay, now he wants. Maybe he stopped.
well.
Yes.
Finally a4.
Yeah. Yeah, a5. Okay, securing the c5 square, but also giving up
Yeah,
all
this-
hopes to play b5.
yeah, it's
Yes.
definitely a strategic
Yes.
nightmare. This.
Yeah, bishop g4 is so. He had to take to play f5 probably. Yeah. But this is also.
It's very, very bad. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, there is simply no counterplay whatsoever.
Yes,
There will
so-
not be.
White will put rook on e6, double on e5, maybe try to play h3 g4. Yeah.
No, probably this made sense to play h5. Otherwise, you would
Yes.
simply get
Yeah,
rolled
if
over,
g4 is played, the game is over, I guess. Yeah.
more or less.
So rook e6, again g4 is a threat, so probably king h7 or
Mhm.
f7. Yeah. Double. d6, king g1. Okay, probably he'll move his king to the queen side, yeah, before playing g4.
Yeah, why not? You have
Yeah,
so much time.
White
with
has time, yeah.
So
Oh, h4. So he's really trying to stop
stop g4
g4,
forever.
yeah.
It
But
makes
now
some sense.
h4 is a weakness also, yeah. So queen f2 at some point, you'll have to play queen h8.
Yeah, but then it's hard to attack it the second time.
But like 3 weaknesses now for black: h4, b6, and e7. Yeah.
Yeah.
But can he do anything? Because the bishop is really doing nothing here. Yeah?
Currently, yes. I mean, that's why.
It's only
h4
preventing knight e4. So
Yeah,
that's
knight
why, yeah,
h5.
black thought, okay, I can survive. Yeah. So queen e3.
So the point is to simply attack e7. So the
But
queen,
he
queen
can
h8
play-
cannot come.
He can try to bring the queen to e1 somehow, but it's,
Yeah, to change
Yeah.
the place. But actually,
It's not easy to
rook
get, yeah.
bb7 and queen h8 will be there also.
both is there.
So the question is, what does he want next? But there is no rush also, of course.
Also, rook f6 is in the
Always an
area.
idea,
Black
yeah.
has to be careful.
So rook bb7 would be my first reaction here
Hmm.
to simply stop overprotect e7 and then try to get some queen h8 maybe later.
Yeah, I would say it's more going for a draw. Yeah, it's not so easy to break through. Yeah. But of course, white can torture black for 50 moves at least.
Yeah, no, definitely. I
Do
mean,
all the maneuvers. Maybe play g3 at some point. Even,
at some
yeah.
point g3, then
And
it
try
would
to get h4,
of
h5.
course be
yeah.
nice to have the king on the
On the other side, yeah.
So if you have
Okay,
time,
maybe to d1.
something like that, yeah,
Maybe not so far also. Yeah.
somewhere there, and then try to open up the g
Hmm.
file, especially if the rooks.
Rook on g1 and then take on
Yeah.
g3 with queen, and then prefer h4, h5.
It's
Yeah,
going to be tough.
It's a lot
like,
of play.
but
Yeah.
it's not easy to break through. Also,
Yeah.
there's no break. No
Yeah,
immediate
that's
break.
true,
You
yeah.
have to use some tactical
Hmm.
way to.
Can he try to sacrifice on f5?
For instance, but as soon as the bishop, but actually, if the bishop moves and you play knight e4, you can also just take it normally, I guess.
Yeah. No, but
Should
okay.
be
I
very
mean,
good, yeah.
knight e4 is not scary.
Yeah,
I'd say,
well, it can
because
come to c5, but even
But
then,
then
then you start
more
to,
sacrifices coming. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but of
but-
course, taking on e4 is very good for white. Yeah.
But also, it's not so clear like how you are threatening to take on f5. Someday maybe, but
Yeah, like bishop d3 and then queen d2, or c1, b1, or
yeah.
whatever.
But
yeah.
maybe then the queen will be on h6
H5,
or
yeah.
h5 or something. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
It
You
feels
need a
like
lot
this
of time.
g3 needs to be included somehow, but at the
Mm.
right moment.
So maybe he had to play g3 here
G3 here was interesting.
to
also.
prevent h4,
Could be,
yeah.
could be.
Then because he has time, yes, no hurry.
Yeah,
to
it's a bit. Probably he didn't expect h4,
Hmm.
but to me it seems like.
I think
like
it's
move.
good move h4 from black. Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm. Okay, let's see how it goes. Third boards. So yeah, Mathieu and Elham.
These two young players, or relatively young.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, nowadays everybody is beginning to be young. Yeah,
Yeah, we are old now. We are so old.
We are not young. We are old. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. This line.
Yes. So we have seen up till here, and I was thinking, knight c6 he played. Yes, I thought knight c6 is
Pretty interesting, yeah.
yeah.
To
And,
try to get e5.
Yeah, exactly. I thought, okay, attacking d3 and want to play e5, and if knight b3, Oh, so this is what happened, yes?
Yeah, anyway, e5.
So this we all expected and take, and I thought black is okay. I mean, at least solved his problems and c6
Should
or
be. I mean, it
something.
looks pretty dry, yeah, to be
Hmm.
to be honest.
Yeah, it's not much, but c5, a3.
Yeah, especially after this sequence,
Yeah.
I mean, very little to hope for.
Hmm.
Because with the pawn on c6 instead of c5, sometimes you can hope that this bishop
Yeah.
on g2 is a bit stupid and
Yes,
black's bishop
then you
is
have
a bit-
bishop e6 and
You have the
c4
d4
and
square.
a2 pawns. Yeah.
There are some
Mm.
strategic hopes for black. But
Yeah.
with after c5,
Yeah, because knight c2 is forcing c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no other move.
yeah, he probably didn't
Okay,
want to play.
rook d2. It's
But rook fd1 even.
rook d1.
And simply like b4 will be hanging.
Go home, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Now c5 a3 and now
But here maybe white is a bit better, yeah.
slightly. But you mean
Because
because
b7, yeah.
but worst case I can give it probably, right?
And then rook
like
b8 and
bishop
take on
e6
b2, yeah.
and
Hmm.
then b2 will be hanging. Yeah, it's hard to see.
Yeah.
It's hard to see any of the players being in any danger, to
So
be
it's
completely honest.
g6,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Because also if you play, let's say, knight b5, then you can trade and play b6. It allows b6
Hmm.
as soon as you move the
yeah.
trade the rooks. So
So maybe rook d1 here.
yeah, rook d1, but then take and bishop e6, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah, some exchanges and go home, yeah.
Yeah, I guess as white, I would probably make sure that I exchange everything somehow, and
Yeah.
because it still feels to
Yeah,
me
because this pawn is
Yeah,
all.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
like if
Yeah.
anyone, then
it's black, yeah.
yeah, slightly. But also, it's
Easier
easier
for black, yeah.
to bring the king also to the game.
Hmm.
It's a bit easier.
Yeah.
His e6 square is nice.
Hmm.
So some I would try to make some active move with white in order not to get anything, but just to
Yeah.
get rid of.
To finish
everything,
as quickly as possible.
Exactly before the small problem starts.
Also the time, okay.
Yeah.
It's not big issue, but
Yeah. I think this Elham, who is playing black, is a big internet
Blitz
blitz specialist.
player. I played him yesterday. Yeah, it
Yes,
was-
he's very strong in
he's
blitz,
yeah,
especially online.
very fast. Yeah.
Yes. But probably you don't want.
Oh, okay, that's
Now this looks
fire on the board. Yeah.
complete disaster.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, okay, but white was blitzing here. All of this.
Yeah.
Yes, it's all 133.
Yeah, but I had it. I had this position, I think, against
Okay, so
against Tiger
aha.
in Swedish Championship
Yes.
a couple of years back. I lost
Okay.
with black, but
Oh.
we both agreed that I was much better after the
Okay.
opening. So it looks a bit strange to push these pawns in front of your own king,
Yeah.
but it's hard for white to open up in a good way, and also black is very active.
Yeah.
So this central counterplay comes very fast.
So this h3 is all.
Yeah, I think so.
Theory, yeah? And queen e7 is good, or because I found it's a bit strange.
Yeah, that is a little bit strange.
Ah.
Probably there are more.
I thought he can take and play knight e4 immediately.
Yeah, something more concrete like that makes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very tempting. I don't actually remember
Mm-hmm.
Exactly how the
Yeah.
line goes.
Okay, because what happened? Queen e7, knight f3, and now he took. So I feel like he gave extra option first to take with
Yeah.
knight or no, and then knight e4, and I'm not sure like queen e7, knight f3. This inclusion is
Yeah, it's hard
better
to say
for.
because also with the knight on g1,
It
maybe
could go to e2.
could go to e2, and also you could play f3 and kick
Uh-huh.
the black knight. So it's
Okay,
not
so maybe it's helpful, yeah.
Yeah, but also as you say, this queen e7 is a bit of a slow
Hmm.
half a tempo miss.
So
but
what
to me, it
happened here?
looks pretty promising for
For black, yeah.
black. What
Because
happened later?
Where is white going to castle? Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
lo-
it's king sides and g4 is coming. Queen sides and taking on c3 and so many queen a3 is coming.
Yeah, I think
he
usually
cannot,
usually they castle kingside and hope for the best. Yeah.
And hope not to be mated. Yeah.
Yeah, because also black center is very vulnerable, so
Mm.
like it can very quickly change.
Rook d1. Okay, bishop f5.
Yeah.
Big threat. So he has to play bishop d3 probably. Yeah. f6. Yeah. So black is opening up everything.
Yeah, I guess white intended to castle on the next move, and then e4 and d5 are hanging, and
Hmm. And then black will have to take on c3.
yeah, black will have to take. And then later on, white's idea to move the knight from f3 and
Mm.
push like
And
f3
push
or
f3,
f4, even f4 maybe. So
So f6 is
it makes some sense.
nice move. Yeah.
I mean, double-edged, yeah, because
Yeah.
the king gets even
Opening
weaker.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
And take with rook.
yeah.
Oh.
This was very surprising.
Knight g5.
How
Wow.
long did he spend? He spent okay,
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Because to me it looks completely wrong.
So like it lasts because here he still had
Yeah.
1 hour and a half. Yeah. So
Yeah.
rook d1 is already about 18 minutes. Yeah. And then okay, this instantly it's forced, and then yeah, but to take spent 15,
Yeah, because it actually
25
doesn't,
minutes.
it doesn't really look like the move you want to play. At least not for me. Like,
But what else? The pawn is hanging.
yeah, I mean some knight d4 maybe, but you simply move the bishop. There is no. Yeah, maybe you have to. I mean, and if castle, your bishop takes c3 and f takes e5, black is a pawn up simply.
Yeah.
With, no immediate counterplay.
So I mean, like he could be thinking, okay, I take an f6, he can take with queen, he can take with rook. But then if you have to play it anyways, and
Yeah, if you
just
have to play
let
it,
him decide for you. Yeah?
always-
Don't spend, like you could spend 10 minutes thinking, okay, if he takes queen f6, but then he takes with rook. Yeah, so you could
or
have
the other way
saved
around. No, definitely.
this. Yeah.
If it's
so
the only move, you should always just make
Yeah.
it. So this.
this and knight g5. Yeah, it's another 15 minutes. So
But e takes
Yeah.
f6, okay, maybe not what you want, but feels necessary. Knight takes g5
Yeah.
does not feel necessary.
yeah. But he cannot castle also, yes.
Because of bishop takes
bishop c3 and then bishop h3 probably. Yeah. Or bishop e4 then and take on g5. Rook g6. It's okay. Let's see.
Let's see, because
Yeah, it's too much.
too much even for me. to
So
follow.
now knight d5 is a
Yeah,
threat.
generally
so
you
he
always
has to
have to
take.
always
yeah?
have to take after white castles.
Pawn take.
Now you were curious about this bishop
Yeah.
takes h3.
This. So if he takes, we take back, and we want a pawn, and
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah.
looks pretty good for black probably.
Yeah. So bishop e4 is critical maybe.
Yeah.
Pawn takes and knight g5.
Yeah.
Here rook g6.
And
Rook
then
g6, knight
yeah,
h3.
Knight takes g.
No, so he has to take first, maybe.
I take like this, yeah, and then rook g6.
And then rook g6. And what is?
It's
But f4, yeah. Let's check.
It's
Let's
check.
check. Yeah.
But I mean, even
Yeah.
just move the king is not so
Not so clear. Yeah?
not so clear perhaps, but
Because black king is even more exposed. Yeah.
yeah, but
But where to h1?
let's
Probably,
say
yeah?
h1 is the most normal.
Yeah.
I
To
don't
avoid
know.
checks at
Yeah.
least. Yeah.
Now you avoid check. You take with the rook.
So if queen takes, rook g1 is very strong. I think.
Yeah. Even queen takes e4 is
Or
actually
queen
possible.
e4, yeah.
So this, and I guess rook g1.
Rook g1 still.
And this is a big question how this is, but it feels to me like something you would at least go for with white.
Yeah, white is no risk.
Not
no
really
risk.
risking,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
well, maybe black can defend, but
Yeah.
maybe not.
No, but black is because black king is much
Much
more
weaker.
open. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And,
No, this looks pretty.
also these pawns. I mean, with rook coming here, you could easily win these two pawns and go for
yeah.
endgame with two
Yeah, definitely.
connected
definitely.
pass pawns.
So
yeah.
probably black intended something else, but then okay, if there is nothing concrete, the castling is really the move you want to make.
Also more practical, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
But okay, let's have a look at what happened because maybe we underestimate.
yeah, knight
we
g5.
simplify it
Oh.
a bit. The knight takes f2 came now.
What is this? He wants to. Maybe he missed this. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
But no.
How
you
strong
don't-
is this?
I
Yeah.
don't think you miss such a move. Yeah. That would be a bit odd.
Okay, he cannot take on f2 because
But he took actually. Yeah.
he has to take with queen. I mean, he cannot take with king
yeah.
because then it's,
Yeah, then it's really
just
discard of
lost.
the
Yeah.
pick, yeah.
So, but it's like okay, everything is threatened. Yeah, so this knight has to be taken. Because
Probably,
if he takes on here,
Then queen takes e3.
even
I guess.
even
looks
this
very
is
strong.
very strong. Yeah, he can take the knight and then bishop is hanging and
Yeah, also take a couple of rooks.
yeah,
and then
yes,
See what happens.
that also yeah.
So he knight takes.
So he had to take with queen and now take on d3 of course.
Mhm.
So okay, two bishops against two knights.
Yeah, usually an
And
excellent deal for
this
black,
this
no?
king is and d4 also is in the air.
Yeah.
Knight f3.
Well, the bishop is hanging, so
Yeah, that's why he had to go.
keep stopping white
Yeah,
from castling.
No
sure.
castling, yeah. And rook d4, yes, logical move. Maybe rook g4 or queen h4 or rook h4, yeah, get some counterplay.
Try to get some counter, but it does not look like a lot of counter, like some.
Okay, it's one check, yeah.
Let's say a move like rook e8. Yeah, just
Hmm.
simple, increasing the pressure.
Rook e8.
Or is the idea to simply place the king on d2 or and bring? I don't know. It does not feel like it should work for white.
And then, yeah, like, yeah,
Simply bishop c5 is there as well.
Even bishop c3 and queen a3, yeah, also you could.
Well, usually, yeah, as I said, we usually don't cast as long as white in this line.
Yeah.
King d2 is sort of the same, but worse.
Okay, he hopes
So,
check
okay,
and
this-
take probably, yeah. Like, okay, if you take e3, okay, it's still much better for white's endgame also, yeah.
you mean like you take with the rook?
Yes.
Ah,
Like, okay, check, you have to go probably here,
yeah.
and then.
Because
maybe
if queen
take-
takes, you are simply mated.
Yeah,
or-
queen e3 should be a mate, yeah. Maybe not, actually.
This is what I was curious about. I think you take bishop takes c3
c3
first.
first, yes, to have
Then
more
queen
checks.
takes e3, and then there are too many
Yeah.
checks.
Bishop e2 and
Bishop b2,
and
bishop
also the
b-
rook on f6,
yes.
yes.
Rook b6 will come in the end.
Yeah, yeah,
So you have to take with the rook.
yeah.
But this endgame is a bit of a disaster for white, right?
But do you take on c3 or no?
Let's say I don't.
Let's say I don't. Okay, so take.
But then king
Take.
f2.
Yeah,
But king f. Let's say bishop
c5. Yeah?
bishop c5. Yeah, this was my idea at least.
Yes. And I have to move my king again. Yeah.
Yeah, but you really don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah. But how lost is it?
Yeah, maybe it's not completely lost, but
But it's very bad. It's.
should be bad.
I think engine will give you like -2, yeah, or something.
probably
At least, yeah.
because you cannot like. There is no immediate finish, right?
Yes.
You cannot see because d4 allows knight e4 always.
Mm.
But just in general, like if we can also just trade some pieces and push the pawns.
Yeah. Okay.
Two
So two
bishops
bishops and two
equal
pawns.
pawns,
Yeah.
yeah.
Also.
Yeah, once you get c5,
Yeah.
it looks very bad.
Mm.
But what else after rook e8?
So rook d4, yeah, rook e8. Yeah. Okay, king d2. What else?
Yeah, king d2 was what I but I didn't really trust it very much.
Because bishop c5 is there also. Yeah?
Bishop c5 will win an exchange, I guess. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, but check and rook e1. Maybe?
Check and. Maybe you're in time, yeah. Then it's not. so
Maybe. But king f8 then rook h4. So maybe it's not.
bad. Or rook e1 even,
Yeah.
and then later take it. So the bishop takes c3. What was your what you were suggesting before?
Maybe king takes. Yeah. But then queen c5 probably. Yeah. Because
No,
pawn.
but king takes the worst case. Just queen takes e3, and the ending is excellent. for
Yes.
black.
That's true.
So this.
But this is.
I don't know if you want some rook c1, maybe put it on c2.
Mm.
I don't really trust it, but
Could be now. Black king is also
Yeah.
in big danger. Yeah. The rook g4, queen h4 is coming, and yeah. White king feels safer now. Yeah.
yeah, and rook b6 is too slow. Like you need
Yeah.
rook b6, rook b2 in one move, then
Mm.
maybe. But
But then rook g4 is like winning.
exactly.
Yeah.
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 At the very least, very
Yeah,
dangerous.
so maybe king
Yeah,
d2.
King d2 probably the idea.
Very
Because
interesting.
c5 is already a little bit too slow, probably.
Yeah. Hmm.
Just rook g4, rook takes h4.
Yeah. And d4 is okay. There's rook h8 always. Yeah. So
Well, also, yeah, maybe take it, yeah? On d4 twice. So what do you actually play as black?
yeah, I guess c5. Yeah.
Okay, but let's see c5.
I don't see what else. Rook
Check.
check, king f8.
And now let's first think maybe rook e1 is a move as well.
To take with queen, yeah.
Yeah, because if I am allowed to
Hmm.
take with the queen,
Then you are mating, maybe.
I'm simply mating, I
Yeah.
guess.
And d4 still
Yeah, some
not a
d4 and
move,
queen
yeah.
takes e1, but,
But
you're
still,
simply
yeah.
a couple of pawns down
Yeah,
in the ending,
exactly, yeah.
Or at the very least one.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not as bad for white as we thought first, yeah.
Yeah, because black's king also
Yeah.
can become very weak,
So but king d2 he has to play probably, yeah.
probably.
After rook e8.
That
But
feels
okay,
good.
maybe not rook e8 then. But what else?
Yeah, what else? There is no immediate threat.
So we
maybe.
see the players here, yeah, and it's like thinking after rook d4. Okay.
Yeah. Black is getting a bit low on time as well.
Hmm.
No, very sharp. Very, very sharp.
Yeah, this is a position you need a lot of time actually.
Yeah,
to
definitely, definitely.
to play. Okay, luckily it's their problem, not ours.
Yes. No, such a position is so tough for both sides.
Yeah. So, okay, Sashi, he played modern.
So he's really in a winning mode.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Last round he drew is white.
So he's a
So
bit...
He's
he
on
needs a
three
win, huh?
and half, so he really needs to win to stay
Yeah.
and fight for first place. Yeah, this we have seen, and he delayed castling, and then finally castled long.
Long, yeah?
Yeah.
This is usually a sad sign for black, I guess. It's a bit more solid, but also...
Yeah, but it's not easy. I mean, it's not so clear for white. I thought he has to take on h5, but
Yeah.
okay, and try to play f4 at some point, but also it's not so clear for white how.
It's so easy to make progress, yeah?
Okay, maybe f4, f5, but
F4, F5 is there. D5
or
also one day,
h5.
maybe.
Yeah, but d5 opens for the g7 bishop.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But also this...
But yeah, black cannot play. Okay, maybe he has to try to play c5 at some point.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play this D5 to avoid
Mm.
it, just to be sure that it's not coming.
Mm. But yeah, then bishop c3 and take on d5 is losing pawn. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I was hoping...
But you
that-
get that bishop, yeah.
Yeah, I was
which
hoping
is-
that my bishops would be very strong, but it's
Yeah.
not clear.
Hmm.
Not clear. Because this rook hg1 feels a bit slow to me.
Yeah. Okay, you are not threatening h5 anyway.
Yeah,
and
hard to say what the
what's
point
the
is.
point? Yeah. Maybe f4, f5, and he's preparing.
Yeah,
I
could
don't
be. But then you
Yeah,
could
but then
probably have done
c5, yeah.
it. C5 came.
Then black is
Mhm.
taking. You could take with knight as well, yeah. But
Yeah. I don't. Maybe simply bishop d4 and play this position. Something like this.
Okay, so now knight e5 is right in a way. So okay, so he's like 200 points lower rated, so he's trying to play it safe.
Yeah, but you cannot really play safe in such
Yeah, in such position,
structure,
yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to play safe, then maybe not bishop e3 and
Yeah, yeah,
maybe play
exactly.
knight f3, bishop e2 and castle short, and that's
Exactly.
playing it safe, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, you went to a fight, so you should go all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, take, and now it's. But black has some weaknesses as well, yeah. C5, f7.
Yeah, I mean, you're always looking for a good moment to play a4 as white.
Hmm.
Currently, it probably doesn't work at all.
Yeah, bishop c3 is always
Yes.
there. Yeah. Can
So-
he try like f4, e5 or something?
I guess, yeah.
Knights. Okay, so this is current position, and it's white to move. Sorry, this is the game we have. Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess f4,
Yeah, because this e5 square is bishop e5. If black plays, then it's
Yeah, no, f4, if it doesn't lose any material, it's definitely
should
the move
be
you
the
want.
move, yeah. And also bishop c3 and knight a4 is. I mean, there are ways to defend probably, yeah.
But it's definitely in there, yeah.
Because rook g3 now h4 is. No, it's not hanging actually. Yeah? It's tricky, huh? It's now
It wasn't so clear to me because rook takes d7. I
Yeah.
have a check and rook
But
d1. Yeah,
rook d1, yeah.
exactly. It
because
works. Yeah.
if it takes, then rook d3 and we win
Yeah.
the rook, so white wins a piece. And if rook h1, the rook goes back.
Yeah.
So the pawn is protected for the moment.
For the moment, yeah. Some move like
But,
knight f6 is of
yeah.
course possible as well.
Then this is hanging now, and this is hanging, so maybe. But then he can still take, yeah? With bishop or with knight.
Yeah, it looks like white is falling apart here.
Yeah. Maybe with bishop.
I mean, a6 is hanging, but
Yeah.
that it's not enough.
That's why.
Doesn't feel like enough.
But then b5 will be hanging also.
Yeah.
But that's why with bishop, yeah? Because then knight d5 also is in there. Like
so
if
many
it
things.
takes, yeah, I could go back.
Yeah,
Then knight
but-
d5.
Yeah, here
it's-
probably you have to, I don't know,
Yeah.
give the exchange or something. But it's
Yeah,
the
no,
pawn
black,
structure is
black
terrible.
is better for sure.
Yes, definitely.
So it's not so easy for white, yeah?
Yeah. Have to be careful.
Hmm. But there's rook b6.
Immediately, yeah?
Yeah, it's a move to consider as well, yeah?
Yeah, you have to consider it. It looks very risky to give up the...
But then maybe take?
I take like this, yeah?
Can he take on...
But even pawn down is not... It's pretty promising for black, maybe, huh?
Yeah, I mean, no, this could be... Because knight a4 is very strong, yeah?
Yeah.
If you take, I take with check and take on e2.
Yeah. No, better to take immediately, I guess, on f8 then.
And it's a mess, yeah?
Yeah,
It's hard to evaluate this from afar, I think.
very hard.
Yeah. So here, take the rook, yeah? Or
Yeah, maybe.
and bishop d4, there is
Bishop
rook
d4,
d1.
there is
yeah.
rook d1, I thought.
Yeah. But still, take on knight a4 and the pawn is
Yeah, same, yeah?
unprotected, yeah? He cannot be protected. So king c1 or something, and no, bishop moves, of course. And then...
Yeah.
Yeah, but this should be holdable.
Should be holdable, but
Yeah.
probably slightly better for black. I
Yeah,
guess,
for
like
sure, yeah.
King
Pawn
d7, king
structure
e7,
is just,
king d7, king e7, and bring
yeah.
the rook to h8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
white will suffer, yeah.
yeah.
So maybe not the best idea as well. Okay.
Risky at least to give
Yeah.
up the bishop like that. Maybe move the knight.
This
But
one,
it-
yeah?
but
Where, yeah?
yeah,
This
I
is
mean, to d1 is a bit
D
sad also.
d1 is rich, but this needs like forever, yeah?
Yeah,
And bishop e5 is coming, and the rook, or maybe just king c7.
king c7 also.
Yeah.
King c7.
Okay.
No, black is just quite
Oh, and
comfortable.
white is down to 14 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. It looks very, very comfortable for black.
Let's see. Has he played something? No, he's still thinking. Okay. So, Elias, Marin, and Eric. So, anti-Marshall.
Yep.
c3.
Some slow stuff. Huh?
Yeah. a5.
Yeah, usually when you get this a5 undisturbed, you're a little bit...
Yeah, so I was like
yeah.
saying here that
Black should be a bit faster, I guess.
yeah, with h6 and so on, and because I haven't played this in so many years, and then one of the commentators said that I had a game here in database.
Here,
but
yeah, no,
in
but
2006.
but it was
yeah.
even before it got so popular.
Yeah. And yeah, bishop e6, and he lost the tempo here.
Yeah. Okay, it's still
It's-
very solid, of
yeah,
course.
because
but,
it's a close position, so he can afford it.
he
but
can afford it, but definitely white should be a
king
little bit
g6,
better.
yeah. Bishop d2. Rook b7.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to make active moves.
Maybe knight a7 is even a move, yeah? In
Yeah,
this
knight
position.
a7 makes some
Yeah,
sense.
and then try to get it to b5 maybe.
Yeah.
Or yeah, just see where the bishop goes, yeah.
I guess he would have retreated the bishop. It would make him
Yeah,
actually
but
bishop c2.
here or here, c2 probably, because okay, or he can play this
Also,
if
and
he
then
wants
after bishop
to.
e6, then
yeah.
bishop c2. Yeah,
This
that
could
makes
be
sense.
an idea also to
Yeah.
to make no way for black to play d5, yeah.
Yeah.
Because e5 now is hanging. Then at least I could play c5, yeah.
I like this. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible because d4 is not so scary for black
Yeah.
here. I think
Yeah.
you simply take everything.
Yeah, and then at least I have
Yeah, the
if
knight comes
the
to-
knight to b5 is
Because
not so stupid after
Yeah,
all,
in the game, black was mainly waiting, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, rook b7, bishop b3 again, bishop e6, probably knight d5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Black is under pressure,
Hmm.
definitely.
so take knight e7, bishop f4 probably.
Yeah. I
No,
don't know, one would be tempted to take, but it's also very bad to give the exchange. So white structure is so solid.
Yeah, just a pawn, and it's not even two bishops. I mean,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
exactly.
have two bishops, then maybe
Yeah,
your
no.
last square bishop could be very strong, yeah, but
Or if there was some sort of
attack, yeah, or something.
Yeah, but here and there is not so much. But
Yeah, so he
97,
had-
then
yeah.
This is just much worse for
It's
us,
sad, yeah.
for black.
c4 probably, or d4?
Yeah,
Ah, d4, yeah.
both, yeah.
Immediately, yeah. Ah, because he still cannot take, yeah,
the
because of bishop c6,
yes,
yeah.
Bishop c6 is there.
This bishop c6 wins. So yeah, d4 is very strong. Yeah? Bishop g7. Now a6. Many weaknesses now start to appear. Yeah?
Yeah, but only for black. That's also the problem. Like white has no weaknesses basically. A very nice position, healthy, harmonious.
Bishop pair, and
Yeah.
rook a7.
Yeah, this is a disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's just one move. Yeah, rook b7 probably is.
Yeah, I don't know after bishop b3 if this was obligatory to play bishop e6 and bishop takes d5. I mean, maybe just knight a7 play the similar but tempo down, or bishop g7. But generally also this g6 is not really
needed,
so it's not needed in this position, I think.
With knight on e3, yeah, because usually the knight want to go to d5 anyway, not f5.
Exactly,
probably.
and like usually you're trying to get the c pawn to c5 or try to push d5
d5, yeah.
with or without trade of light square bishops. Like g6 is not really so relevant with
the
this
spirit of the
with this
position,
open b file and the pawn on a5 against a6 and so on. So this looks like black was outplayed. Yeah, rook f8.
Yeah.
I guess white could even take on d7 and
Yeah, just win a pawn, yeah. Oh, but d5 in the end.
yeah, d5 might hang in there. Yeah, so maybe not so easy.
Yeah.
But even if it was possible, it's not clear whether white would want it or not.
Yeah.
You
But now because h6 is hanging, yeah.
yes,
so
you have to take with the pawn, like either probably with the knight first, I guess, and then with the pawn.
Yeah.
But then bishop e3, bishop c5.
Yeah. So
That to me looks close to winning for white actually.
This, yeah.
I don't
Maybe
know.
queen c5 and c4 as well, yeah.
Also, yeah, but that
But
bishop
this
e3
is also pinning forever, yeah.
It's nice because rook has to go to a8 now.
Yes, and bishop c5
Yeah.
and this pin. But now.
No, knight f5. You have to. I mean, I
Okay,
don't know.
queen d5 maybe. And
you can
sacrifice it this way.
But you have to and then.
Ah,
take
but
with
then
rook.
bishop c6,
No, but
yeah.
you have to take with the rook.
But this is not what I wanted. Yeah.
But the
okay.
problem is that this pawn on a6. Like if we
Always,
remove
yeah.
the a pawns.
Yeah,
it's
then
not so
black
bad.
is fine, yeah.
Yeah, or at least good drawing chances. Let's say.
Yeah.
But with the pawns, probably this pawn on a6 will simply drop off at some point. Still, maybe the best try. Yeah? Or now you're looking to bishop c6
Yeah,
to k3. But yeah.
No, rook c1.
Rook c1 even.
Yeah, to take c7 in the end, yeah.
I thought after rook c1, knight a2, rook c4.
Yeah.
I'm getting completely.
Maybe not. Rook b8, but.
Maybe. I mean, it feels.
But rook a3, e4 maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, maybe just c4, yeah, or something, not to
It's
give
not
the
enough
pawn.
compensation, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's
that's
also
for
not
sure.
hopeless.
Yeah.
Many other many other things here. Were
Yeah,
quite
like
hopeless.
if you play. Okay, but there is nothing to play.
There is
actually.
simply no other move. Yeah. No, my suggestion was knight f5. It's just same but worse.
Yes,
But at least I
yes.
keep the queens. Take
Yeah.
with the bishop, put the bishop on d6.
But then e5 is
Again,
hanging.
the problem with a pawns as well.
Yeah, it's
No, you simply
very
cannot do it.
difficult, yeah.
Simply cannot do it.
So, okay, let's... Oh, big development here. So, this game was started slow.
Yeah.
Trompowski,
very slow,
yeah. And then... Yeah, this knight d5 was played. Trapping the bishop. g3, d5.
D5,
Yeah, interesting.
move by move play.
But, yeah, I think closing this diagonal was...
It's strange. Combination with
Yeah.
b6. It's very strange.
Like knight g6 and...
Yeah. Wait a little bit with
Yeah.
this knight d5 maneuver.
Yeah, it was
Usually you wait
quick,
for
yeah.
bishop d3, let's say.
Yes, to have knight f4 with tempo.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a bit odd.
Yeah, anyway, he played bishop b5, I think it's accurate. Also made a6 and then bishop f1. And now bishop developed here.
Yeah, also I guess you could go to d3. But
Yes. But maybe he didn't want e5.
Yeah, e5 must have been the reason.
Yeah. Because now e5 just take with pawn and castle and
Yeah,
then he's stuck with the isolated pawn. Yeah. Here h4 is,
Knight f6 allows knight e5, yeah? It's not
Yes.
a long-term solution.
Yeah, so here I was like, we finished here analyzing and I thought, okay, we'll play h4, yeah, looks like the
White
only
is,
way to continue.
Yeah, but
But he played queen d6, yeah? I thought knight f6, yeah, but knight e5
knight
and...
e5 and anyway you have to at some point move the queen, I guess.
Yeah, but then, okay, so this, I thought knight e5, I would just take.
I take like this, yeah?
Yeah, and if pawn take, maybe knight d7 and try to get c5.
Maybe that was
And
better.
there is no big attack, I thought. Yeah,
No, but the knight comes to d4 and
yeah
it's
knight
very
was...
pleasant,
But
yeah.
okay, maybe if black managed to play b5, then it's good for black.
Yeah.
Because b2 will be there and Yeah.
Yeah, not
So it's
clear.
like white gets d4, black gets c5,
Yeah.
and it's normal, yeah. But queen d6 allowing h5 looks passive, yeah.
This is very passive.
He still gets knight e5, yeah.
Mm.
So at least now if you take, then the knight is not easily
Yeah,
coming to
yeah,
c5.
it's,
yeah?
it's worse.
h6 preventing white from playing h6. So he takes and brings the other knight, of
Yeah.
course. Okay, counterplay, but shouldn't he play knight c6? Prevents this knight e5?
Yeah, that
Or-
makes more sense.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't know why.
allowing knight e5 with tempo is
Yeah, it
doesn't seem right, yeah?
doesn't seem right.
Yeah. Okay, back to d6. But how to continue for white here? But take on c4, yeah?
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah.
Okay. Just he gave exchange, yeah?
Yeah, he gives it. At least he has no bad pieces anymore. But
And knight on d5 is good also. Yeah?
yeah, well.
But against the a5 pawn, yeah, it's a
No,
big
a5
problem.
and c4,
And
both are
c4.
weak.
At least
Should not-
one of them is extra.
Yeah.
But,
No, one of them is. But
if you lose
one
both, it's
yeah. Even losing one, I think, is very bad.
yeah, one leads towards the other probably. Yeah? But
Yeah.
how? So let's see. Rook a4, good move, I think. He already gave it. Like, didn't even try.
Mm-hmm.
But like queen d5, queen d5, rook e5.
Yeah.
So queen c6, queen c2 at
Queen
least. Yeah,
C2,
so he's losing it anyway.
Simply losing it, yeah.
So he thought, okay, maybe he can take the d4, yeah?
Yeah, which he probably can.
d5. d5.
Yeah, well, what else? Like
It's rook
d4.
rook c5? Or is it?
But knight takes d4, maybe, and queen c6 or something like this if you take the... Or actually queen b4 also makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Some tricks.
Yeah, so it's this,
I don't
queen
know.
b4,
Yeah, queen b4.
and there's this hanging, but also,
Yeah. So you can play rook
Yeah.
e5, but
yeah,
the knight c6 or something even.
yeah,
Worst case, even queen takes b2 is
Yeah.
not a disaster. So d5 probably is a smart move.
yeah. Because now if he takes with queen, white is happy to exchange queens.
I
Yeah?
guess, yeah.
Because also this pawn could be
Yeah, because you put some
Yeah.
rook on the 7th.
on f7,
Yeah.
on f7, yeah. So he took his pawn, of course, rook f4. Yeah, now the knight is not easy to protect, yeah, and
Yeah.
no good squares to go. Have to go back and now probably attack this guy. Queen f3, I thought.
Also makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I don't know if he was thinking some knight c6 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you take the knight e5.
Yes. So queen f3, because okay, defending the pawn like this is
It's too passive. Yeah.
should be good for white.
Should
At
be
least
very
queen
good.
s3 if you want to exchange.
Yeah.
And f6 is the same. So, but knight c6 is tricky way to defend the pawn. Point is to have knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you
and,
simply win.
the exchange back. Yeah. No way to do anything for white. Yeah. And yeah. So
Yeah, other moves simply knight e5 or something.
so queen d3 is good. Probably knight c6 he has to play as well. Yeah.
Knight c6, yeah, but then at least
But maybe queen f5.
will
Yeah.
come and
So queen d3 is good move. Yeah?
looks good, pretty good.
Mm.
A d4 played.
But now rook here.
Yeah. You mean even very concrete problems? Huh?
Yeah, he has to play rook d7,
Rook
yeah?
d7.
Only move, yeah? But then still this
this a
is
bit
not
stinks,
moving,
yeah?
yeah?
Rook
Rook
e5.
e5, rook a5.
Yeah, rook e5. Yeah?
It looks...
No, rook e5, queen e4 even.
Oh,
The next move. I mean.
it's king f8, queen
yeah, then you
h7, yeah?
enter,
Oh.
No, rook takes e7, queen a. No, then you have queen d8. But yeah, it's like just queen h7. No, it looks winning for white. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has this forfeit and...
Mhm.
Oh, this all the games we saw. So,
Mhm.
okay. Maybe any particular game you can...
No, you can choose. It's also there are so many games. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see.
Kaido has
Oh.
green position.
So we hadn't checked this game at all, actually. So
Yeah.
let's see from
I
beginning.
mean, actually, maybe it was many enough, yeah, too, because it's already tough to follow. All of
Yes. At some of the big names, we can have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
quick look.
big guys also.
Yes.
It's,
Okay, typical Sicilian.
yeah.
So
Interesting. Yeah.
rook c1. Now if a4, then I goes to a1, then c2 and a3 and so on.
Yeah.
Oh, this happened actually.
He went to the ending.
Immediately, yeah.
More experienced player usually happy to go to
Hmm.
ending.
Yeah, but with bishop pair, I would then maybe try to play g6 and bishop
Yeah,
h6,
this is
yeah?
what they usually do. Yeah.
Hmm. And he allowed, yeah, but maybe he shouldn't. Or
Yeah, but the bishop will be active and like
yeah.
if you move the rook and play bishop f2, some e4 will be there and so
Mhm.
on. So
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
it's more ambitious but also more risky, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Takes. Yeah, but then this light square bishop feels a bit
Yeah.
stupid.
It looks
yeah?
pretty okay for black.
Mm.
Pretty pleasant even. Huh?
Yeah, knight on happy in
Yeah.
c5. Other knight to f4 as well. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Yes, that's.
No, this will it looks pretty nice for black.
But why to go back? Because before is coming, yeah.
Prophylaxis against before.
Mm-hmm.
So now he can double and enter.
Okay, but what pushed black back a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
So maybe. This is a position. Yeah,
I guess he has to trade
yeah
maybe
trade
the
one on
ones-
b2, yeah. And
one on b2 and try to activate. But it's not clear that black is better.
Yes.
Like, it looks pleasant, but you might get stuck. I mean, you can take and play something slow like f5 or
f5, f4, and then maybe come to g3, yeah.
yeah. But also it's not clear that g3 is a great square because it could also be autoplay. So.
Yeah.
But I guess you take
That's
and play f5 to
Yeah.
begin with.
Yes.
Then see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It should be easier for black to play at least. Maybe we can check this.
He did take, yeah.
He'd take
So, okay. He will take. And take on g3 also? Or
maybe,
no?
but also it removes
But
one
can
weakness.
he?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, h3 bishop f1
But
is
bishop
the problem.
f1,
I mean, I guess you can technically take on g3 there, but
yeah. Mm.
you're not going to be much better, I guess.
Mhm.
Like h3 bishop
Yeah,
f1
yeah.
knight takes g3, some
Yes, so
tricks, but
this, yeah.
it's not so.
Because if he takes, then we take the bishop. If takes, then h2,
Yeah.
and he has to play bishop here. Okay, it would be nice if the knight on c5, yeah, then we have
Yeah, then
some fork, yeah.
maybe you can play knight c5. Even there, maybe
Yeah,
you're
even
slightly
here,
better,
yeah.
but it feels a bit.
Yeah, but now it's tricky, yeah. Like
No,
now Najis, but then he can take with king, yeah. So like
Yeah,
before
before.
is a move, yeah.
But it's tricky for white. It's very tricky. You have to be
Mm.
very careful. In
Yeah,
this
knights
position.
are very, very tricky
but also in
pieces.
general,
Yeah.
like this tension on the king
Yeah,
side.
and also
this,
the rook is there
Very
and-
active. Yeah.
No, but I mean, yeah. Let's say the f5. We
Yeah, it's hard
say
for white to play.
yeah, and then
Very hard for white to play.
okay, he has to play before, I guess, to hope for anything. But then I think I'll take and play f4 and go here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He has to maybe go here.
And then well, it's not really hanging anything, but yeah.
But then e4, yeah,
Yeah.
even. But then
But e4 now is not.
yeah.
It's beginning to be quite double-edged.
Because white will have c5
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
yeah. And rook h1, just king h2, and
Yeah.
the knight is not doing so much. But there is no mate here. Yeah, maybe it's
I
not
mean,
so
yeah.
easy. Yeah.
You should. Yeah. No need to hurry. Maybe it's hard to say what to.
But okay, if he plays like g5, yeah.
Yeah, g5 looks also a bit. Maybe. Maybe it's possible.
Hmm.
At some point, knight c3. Yeah. Very hard to say. I think black should try to get more than this, but maybe it's not possible.
Mhm.
Yeah. You will have a good.
Yeah, let's see how any
Yeah.
of the games
Okay, I
developed.
think I will.
Yes,
I
thanks.
will move on.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
It was great to have you,
Yeah.
and good luck
Yeah,
in your,
well,
in your match.
Okay, good luck you too.
Yeah, thank you.
And enjoy.
Yeah, we'll see you
Don't
later.
waste all your energy today.
Yes, I'll try.
See you
Yeah,
later.
okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, so the first game is still going. So they went to the variation we were discussing, c5, rook f4, and rook d8, a4. Okay, so yeah, because we said b5 and b4 is idea for black here, so a4 maybe a nice move to prevent it. But yeah, I think the opening was big success for black. Also time factor, 30 minutes for 7 minutes, so it's very difficult for white. I think if black managed to score a victory now, it will be very big. He's already leading with half a point, so to keep the lead with black is would be very big, but okay, still it's very far from being lost for white. Queen a6 is a nice move. He's threatening checkmate on f1. King b1 to have a2 square. And this is the current position. Black has 21 minutes and white has 6 minutes. And yeah, what can he do here? Yeah, it's a bit unpleasant for white, but I guess it should be holdable. Something like queen f1, king a2, and maybe rook d1. But maybe it's not so scary. Maybe it is. Because something like queen here, then black at least has these checks. And it's very bad news for white. And b3. Yeah, maybe just b3 and bring the bishop here, and then white king is safe and try to go for counterplay against this f7 pawn. So maybe this is white plan here. Yes, so let's see second board. Any development? Oh, so they finally managed to play g3 probably. So he played what we mentioned, yeah? So rook b7 happened and g4 immediately. And he just took with the king and h4, h5 immediately. Because now if he takes with pawn, probably some rook f6 could be there. And he cannot take with pawn because bishop h5 and wins the rook. And if he takes, then queen check probably, and then take on h5, and it's almost mate. Queen g6 and rook h1, and game over. So h5, very good move by white, sorry. So maybe here, I'm not sure why transferring the rook to e8 was needed. Maybe just queen h8 or h6 even, maybe h8 to control h5 square. It's okay, anyways, this happened. Queen h6, take, king back, knight g4, take, queen take, rook h6. Now this looks really bad for black. Now queen e6 is coming, rook g1 is trapping the queen already. Wow, I think this looks game over. A very big win for Pranish from India. And he continued to have good results here. Maybe going for his GM norm. So I'm not sure black can do anything actually in this position, because queen e6 looks unstoppable. If rook here, queen e6, maybe king f8, hoping like he cannot take this rook. Okay, maybe still not so easy. But okay, here also rook h7 could be a move. Okay, maybe it's not over yet. Okay, also queen g2 is a checkmate threat, so still some precision needed from white here. queen e6 is a natural move to play, but after, not sure. King e8. It's not so clear. Actually, I think maybe black is holding. That will be surprising, actually, but yeah. So let's see. Rook h6. Rook g8 already played, yeah? Rook g8 is... Let me see. How's the game? Rook g8 already played, but white has 32 minutes to think. And black has only 5 minutes. Queen e6, king f8, okay, but now what? With rook f6 is just a draw, at least. And queen c8 is also... maybe queen c8 and... queen c8, now king has to go where? Because king f7 now is met by this. But even this could be... No, it's not a draw, no, this is winning for white, so maybe he has to go to g7. And now if white takes on b7, then yeah, black can take on f4 and take on h6, and black is winning then, suddenly, yeah. So probably here... Yeah, here he will be in trouble. So... Yeah, so here white is still thinking, yeah, it's a big decision to make. But maybe... Oh, the game is over or what? Oh, white won. Okay, how? Let's see. What am I missing? Queen c8. He went to f7 and lost. But what if he goes to g7? This is what we said. It's very strange. Very strange. Maybe a nice move here would be actually to play rook g6. Point is he cannot take with king, because then I take on g8 with checkmate coming next. And if he has to take with queen, then I take on b7, and then e7 is hanging, and black cannot really protect it. And yes, probably. But okay, I mean, still black had to play, I think, king g7, and it's okay. If this rook g6 is the move, then at least you give a real test for white, if he finds it or not. But because king f7, just as we said, yeah, it's rook h7 wins on the spot, because okay, if you go here, it's just mate on e6, and if you play rook g7, then queen e6, you have to go back, and rook here, then you have to play rook g8, but then you lose the rook eventually. I can even take, but okay, just give check and win the rook. The queen is very far, so it's game over in one move. Yeah. Okay, so very big win for Pranesh. Congrats to him, and hard luck to Leon. Hopefully he will recover next rounds. Oh, so this position also got the position here we were talking, and b3. Yes, this looks nice for black. Okay, black has at least a draw here if he wants. Does he? I saw rook c1, but maybe queen f5 is a move. Because if you like take, then he has bishop b2, and now black has to deal with this very big threat, which I think is not easy to do because of queen f7 here, and the bishop is cannot be protected really. And it's also checkmate, so white would win here. So maybe black still needs to be careful here, not to get mated. Okay, queen d3 is always there if he wants to play like risk-free position. I'd say also black still better in the endgame, yeah. So if exchange and take and then king b2. Okay, black has a pawn here in the queen side, but also king side. This h4 is not so good. He can play h5 to fix it and try to play bishop e7 to put pressure on h4 pawn. It's more pleasant to play for black, I would say. And what else can he do? g6. Yes, to prevent this queen f5. And white played rook e4. Okay, trying to go to e8. But that feels a bit slow. Yeah, but rook e4 of course is needed, yeah, to activate the rook. If it gets to e8, it will be doing good job. Also bishop b2 and queen c3 is always in the air now. Somehow it feels that black should try to exchange queens as soon as possible, but maybe it's too late because this rook e4 going to e8, it will be very, very annoying pin. Yeah, he maybe cannot get rid of. So this game is very interesting now. Double-edged. Maybe black. I think black will try to take draw with rook c1 and rook d1. Yes, this could be a draw. And if rook c1, he plays queen b2. But then a move like queen d1, rook c2 is coming, so not good idea for white. So yeah, I think it will end by repetition here. Rook c1 and queen here and rook d1. Could be. I think we will know soon. Oh, so this game ended up. So he still. So we were discussing this position with Nels, and yeah, he said it's easier to play for black. So maybe white should try to force a draw here. So let's see how he did. Knight b5. Yeah, we thought some rook d1 to exchange more pieces. Because here, yeah, with b6 or something. And yes, and the problem, as we mentioned, this pawn on c4 can always be attacked by the bishop. And he went, so he chose the rook endgame pawn down, but yeah, it's very good chances to lose this game, especially with 2 minutes against 20. Against an opponent who puts a lot of pressure, but on time and on the board as well. So yeah, could be a big result for Elham if he wins this game. And yeah, we'll see. So okay, white should try to get some counterplay with g4, of course, because the rook on f5 is just protecting all the king side, also supporting c5 pawn, now also supported by the king. So black will try to bring his king and push the c pawn. So meanwhile, white should try to play g4 and try to create pass pawn in the king side, or at least attack black pawns. This should be the way to make the draw for black. So we shall see if it works. Ooh. Let's see what happened here. This crazy game. Knight g5. Takes, take, knight back, bishop c4, rook d4. So he finally took after 18 minutes of thinking. He took on c3 and played queen a3. So it's something close to what we discussed, but that's, yeah, queen h4 takes king f2. Now white king is safe, while black's king is not, and his queen is even very far. Okay, trying to bring the queen back. Wow, king walks e4. So now white's king is very safe, while queen, rook and knight, other rook could also join the attack against black's king, so it's very good for white all of a sudden now. King e8, okay, he's trying to escape. Takes, bishop is hanging, he has to take, another rook would come. Oh, queen h5. Of course check and attacking the bishop, forcing bishop f7, only move. Rook e1, king d8. And this is the current position. White has 16 minutes, black has 1 minute. Wow, crazy position. It's a really interesting game here. So what can white play here? Where the queen goes? g5, e5, b5, a5. It's all candidate moves. Rook d4 check is also a move, but then king c8, queen g4, king b8, and it's suddenly the king is safe. Yeah, I think queen a5, a6, and it's not so clear who is better in this position. If like queen e5, and probably he moves the bishop, but where? I think time could be a big factor in this game if black is really down to 1 minute. Okay, queen g5 is of course a logical move, pinning the rook. And if the bishop goes, but he could win the queen, yeah. But where to go with the bishop actually? He can, let's say, take on a2. Greedy approach. But can white punish this? Because okay, if I play like rook f4, a move like rook g8 is always there, winning the queen. Okay, queen for 2 rooks, but yeah, I think it's maybe good for black. So white still needs to be careful there. The knight is not really moving. Could be, but I mean queen f2 is winning the rook. So white cannot move his knight or his rook. So maybe it's not so easy. Very interesting position. Do we have them on camera? Yes. And white is taking a deep think here. Yes, I think this is a moment you spent at least 5 minutes of your time, because you have many checks, many squares for your queen, but you have to be very precise. Otherwise, just if black's king escapes, then yeah, he has he can take the a2 pawn. He will be extra pawn. He has a bishop. White's king is in more danger, I would say, because rook f3 is always there as well when the bishop goes. So white has to be really careful here. Okay, we have another results. Nikita won his game. So let's see how he finished it. So we have seen, yeah, till the exchange sacrifice, d5, very good move, take, rook f4, queen d3, and d4, yes, and of course, yeah, rook e4, as we said, is very strong. Rook d7, I played rook d1, simply winning the pawn. He's playing simple chess, takes the pawn and win, no need to checkmate, just win the game. Yes, and after g4, just he will take on d4 next, exchange everything, and just win simply in the game, so opponent resigned. So, a very good win for Nikita, my good friend. He's now up to 4.5, I think, out of 6. So it's good result to stay in fight for winning the tournament. Let's see, Sashi game. So we check this position, c5, take, and rook f8. Ah, he did play rook b6, which we thought would lead to a slightly better endgame for black. Yes, bishop c3, knight a4, take, knight, he took immediately on f8, okay. So, bishop d3, take, king c1. Yeah, so we were discussing this game, we thought, okay, black will try to bring his king to e7 to play rook h8 back, and it's slightly better for black because pawn structure is much better and bishop is worse, this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak, so it's very good news for black, I guess. King here, c4 is good move, trying to exchange some of the weaknesses, probably after king e7, king to e3, or rook b1 also could be a move. Yes, rook b1, knight c5, king e3, now maybe king d4 to attack the knight, so rook c8, bishop e2. Yeah, now doesn't feel like it's much better anymore, anything like that. It should be holdable, I think, for white, because h4 is the only weakness that is remaining now, and maybe a6 is also a weakness. This rook is very active, it could go to b6. I mean, worst case scenario, the king could go to g3 to protect this h4, and it's not easy to move your knight to make your rook go through. So yeah, I think white is in his way to hold this game. Ilya is almost winning. I think he resigned already. Yes. So let's see the last few moves. Rook f8, we saw take, yes, and played rook d1, so he didn't even want to win the pawn, or bishop e3 or anything, just rook d1. Knight f5, take, queen d6, bishop f4. It's very passive position for black. The queen has nowhere to go, and knight is going to c6 eventually. Yes. Win another pawn, so 2 extra pawns. And after queen c5, okay, winning exchange as well, because black will have to take, and after take there is no way really to protect the knight. Even bishop e5, the tactical way doesn't work, because after rook c5 there is knight d7, winning exchange, and it's game over probably. So he resigned. Okay, so we have all white wins so far, which is impressive. And okay, this is the only game that black is pushing, but normally it should be holdable. But it's okay, it's not easy, but yeah, we'll see. So yeah, let's see how is Kaido doing. This game we had looked at also. So we had this position, yeah, take, and he played h3, and okay, this variation. Oh, but it's strange, yeah, because I thought he'll take, and here bishop g2, and it's okay. Eventually, but maybe here knight c5, and that's what he didn't like, because knight d3 is coming, and it's not easy to prevent it. Okay, that's very interesting then, because rook d2, he just wins the pawn. And okay, I'm not in a hurry to promote my pawn and win the piece back, because you cannot do anything really. So knight c5, and I want to check and play rook g1, then I'll promote the pawn. That's why knight g3 he took. But this is very good news for black, I think. Knight h5, okay, he took the knight. But okay, now at least more weaknesses for white to deal with. Rook b1 is good. Yeah. And rook b2 back. F5, I guess, yes. Rook h3 maybe at some point. Okay, still, of course, black is better and pushing, but not so easy to convert. Okay, I think it's time for another break. And hopefully we'll find some more guests to have with me when we are back. So stay tuned, we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everyone. So this is sixth round of the Rilton Cup with you, Basem Amin, commentating today. Many of the games are already finished, so we'll have a quick look to what happened in the final moments. Okay, I think time pressure is almost finished in most of the games. On the first board, the leader of the tournament, Raja, made his draw finally against Orchidal. Let's see how it finished. So we saw this moment, b3 and g6, rook e4 and rook c1. Okay, this is what we expected, queen d2. And okay, he could have repeated, but he played queen d1. Oh no, this is my analysis, I guess, yeah. Okay, let me finish this. Yes. Oh. So queen d1 and rook e8, f5, and they agreed to a draw here. Yeah, it's kind of expected. Position is about equal, and it could be risky for white. So yeah, maybe black could have played, because again this pawn is quite weak. But after king f7 and bishop e7, yeah, not so easy. Also, white could play like rook b8 and put pressure on this pawn. So both had their risks. So a draw was finally agreed. This has Elham has won this rook endgame. So let's see how was it finally developed. So we had this position, and yes, this f3. We said it's only try. King c4, king e4. Computer says it's a mistake. He had to start with rook c7 to prepare g4. Yeah, this allowed rook d5 and then f5 check and one big tempo. Yes, and now c4 is coming. Yes, and after king b5 he resigned. Well, because the pawn is almost unstoppable now. If he takes, then after c4 it's too late to stop the pawn, yeah. And yeah, if he comes to e6, then there's c2 and rook d1. And if rook g8, simply c2, and there's always rook c4, rook c5, rook c8, or if check, again king c4, then rook c5, and the pawn promotes. Okay, so a very nice win, and important win also for the tournament situation for Ilham to actually share the lead. I think now he's on 5 points out of 6. So sharing the lead, yes, 5 points. So now we have 1, 2, 3 points, 3 players on 5 points. 3 players sharing the lead now. Let's see how okay, so the crazy game ended in a draw. Let's see how that happened. So this position we have seen, okay, white is winning, but it's very difficult, as we said, to find the right way. Queen g5 is already in accuracy. Computer says queen e5 was best, but it's very difficult to tell the difference, yeah, between the moves. Queen g5 is more natural, pinning the rook, as we said. Played queen f5. I thought, yeah, in the analysis I was saying even this is not so easy to refute. But okay, black played queen f5, which is naturally when he has 1 minute on the clock, he would try to play safe moves, and exchanging queens in such position seems like the right way to continue. Queen e3 is another inaccurate move according to lead chess engine. Bishop d5 is a good move. Yes, okay, he didn't waste time to protect a7 pawn. Instead he makes very big counterplay move on the knight. So queen d4 with the idea to play rook e5. So he's protected the bishop, which is also not so great. Rook e5. Okay, so probably this is a time pressure play, that's why many inaccuracies happening. Queen d7, takes the pawn. Oh, allowing bishop f3 is brave, but exchanging queens and take, and yes, the rook endgame is just drawn, and it was offered and agreed. Okay, so a very interesting game. Quite disappointing finish to end in a draw, but yes, thanks to the players for a great game. Okay, so Sash Shikaran is still pushing, but probably not enough for a win. Yeah, I think it should be a draw, but he will play. So we had this position, king e7, yes. And after e5 is good move, of course, to fix these pawns on white squares. White played f4, exchanging the rooks, and now exchanging the knights. So the bishop endgame's okay. Bishop c4 is a good move. Now bishop f7 is a threat to attack this pawn. And also black king cannot really enter. All squares are controlled. If he plays bishop e6, will he exchange or no? That's a big question, I think. But okay, I mean, here he could have played h5 perhaps, yeah, if he wanted to exchange these pawns. And if king c5, he's in time to go back to e2. That should have been a draw also, I guess. But yeah, maybe bishop c4, he wants to force matter a little bit. Because black, okay, to play king e7, then okay, black is not really hoping for anything now. Can take or whatever, just wait. That's easy draw. Yeah, okay, I think black will play for some time, but don't think he can achieve so much. So this game I've seen. Okay, so we can check some of the games that we haven't already. So board number 9. Can check from the beginning. So it's two grandmasters playing. Grandmaster Margir from Iceland, I think, and Grandmaster Platon from Ukraine, I believe. Another Nimzo Indian, f3, okay, which is the trendy reply now against Nimzo Indian. It's the most aggressive, I would say. Bishop d6. Usually they take on c3. Bishop d6 was played here. e4, c5. Wow, this is very interesting. And take e5. Okay, so this bishop looks very strong, but I believe b4 would come soon. f4, knight b6, putting pressure on c4. Knight f3. He just took the pawn. Oh, and endgame. I think white might have misplayed it a little bit, because yeah, okay, here because if before now he can take on g1, that's the point. Yes, so he cannot play b4 really, because bishop g1, and he can still take the pawn on c4 probably. Okay, queen h4, g3, queen takes here is too much probably. That's so risky to win this pawn. Okay, rook g2 is a move, but also bishop e3 is a move. And then rook a2 is even coming, attacking the queen, forcing it back to h6, which is very bad news, I think. But rook g2 is also good enough, of course. So yeah, after b4 take, probably he can take on c4 as well, and okay, maybe similar endgame, but extra pawn for black. He played knight f3, but now knight c4, take, king e2. Bishop d7. Yeah, but probably even with b4 I think it's better version, because this bishop is very annoying. It's preventing my bishop from developing. It's controlling. Yeah, he had to change it. Yeah, white will trying to play active for compensation, but you never know. If he keeps the pawn, it could be really tricky. And the pawn is a pawn. Yes, he managed to defend the pawn. Yes, and slowly black is preventing white. Okay, some repetition. No, of course black is extra pawn. Oh, and he missed this trick, I'm sure. Rook d6 looks like not so accurate, but still. b4, rook f5. Now black is now extra pawn, protected past c4 pawn. Active pieces. Yes, definitely black is pushing. Now c3, rook c6, knight d5. He can take b5 now, can't he? If white takes, what would happen here? Is knight e7 a move? Yes, probably knight e7 wins material, attacking the rook, attacking the knight on c6 with the pass pawn here. If white protects, then c2 the pawn is just queening. If rook c5, then exchange and queen the pawn. So yes, he cannot do anything about that. That's why knight c2 was played, and this is the current position. So black is a pawn up, but actually black's rook is trapped, which is, wow. Is white better here? Wow, that's a very interesting position. Now the black rook has no squares to go, and for it to move, the knight has to move, but if the knight moves, then white wins c3 pawn. And then white could be, or could become better, because b5 is also weak, with knight going to d4, rook c5, and so on. So obviously black misplayed the endgame. His extra pawn is no longer useful, I think. And he could be even in trouble, yeah, because it's not easy to find the move. Okay, either maybe he will have to play like knight f4 and give back the pawn to play rook e2 or something, or rook d5. But then white is out of danger zone, that's for sure. Yeah, knight c2 is a very good move. The knight d5 was probably a mistake, I think. That's very interesting. And player just passed time control, so I think they will take some time. Okay, let's see next game. Sibo, okay, of course, young grandmaster from Denmark, very strong. He was 26 a few months ago, but okay, dropped some rating against Ili Melikov. So it's a Sicilian, Rusolimo, one of my favorite openings. g6, take, d3, bishop g7, this is all main variation. a4, okay, knight c3 maybe is the main move here, but a4 of course is a big move. a5, usually white want to play a5 himself to prevent b6, and then try to put some pressure on c5 pawn. So it's typical reply to prevent the white from playing a5 and to be able to play b6. Bishop e3, b6, queen c1. Now to have bishop h6 ideas. So black prevented it by playing h6, but now black cannot castle because h6 is hanging. So this is white's plan. Knight fd2 is a bit artificial in a way, but he wants to include f4 quickly. Now black can castle. He didn't. Knight d7, f4, e5. Normal reaction, knight f3 back. You would think maybe knight c4. But queen h4 could be very annoying. That's why knight f3, take, queen e7, castle. Usually they try to play knight f8 and knight e6 or include g5. Play g5, bishop g3, and then knight f8. Okay, knight d2. Now knight c4 is coming. He has to prevent it. And he played very interesting exchange sacrifice with b3. So he wants to play knight c4 and to take back with b pawn, not to weaken his pawn structure. But he's just giving exchange on a1. Black took. Very brave. Take and f6. Knight h2 back, knight d7. Knight c4. He takes it, of course. And h5. Does white has enough compensation? It's hard to tell. Okay, definitely some squares. Rook coming to f5 is pretty strong, I would say. But black is also, I mean, his only weakness is f6 and it's well protected. Maybe white needs to move, okay, not here of course, but needs to move the rook and then play knight f1, knight e3, maybe try to bring the knight to f5. That could be one idea. Let's see how he continued. Okay, rook f5 makes sense. Knight f1 and g4. Yes, because if white plays knight e3, then the knight could also come to g4 and put more pressure on on f6. So g4 and h3 is very good, I think, to open for the rooks. Because if black stays passive, then white could develop very serious pressure. But opening for the rook and playing for the weak king is very good. Queen e1 is interesting. Now he wants to play queen g3 and have some mating threats. But actually the king could go to a6 and it's rather safe there. But of course rook h3, good move. Preventing queen g3 and preparing to double the rooks. Rook h5, okay, exchanging the rooks. Rook g8 probably. Okay. Knight e5 just blocking this diagonal. Queen f2, rook g8, h6. Wow. Knight f5. Actually, both players are playing for a win this game. It's not easy to tell who is going to win. Okay, takes the pawn, knight e5, h7, check. What? So this is a very nice trick. So white is winning actually, yeah, because if he takes with queen, so knight f7 and he wins the rook, and the pawn on h7 is deciding the game, of course, and the queen cannot escape with any checks. And if he takes with the pawn, then after queen f7, again this checkmate cannot be prevented, and no checks. Black cannot reach white's king, so it's easy draw. Easy win. So after bishop e5, he had to play queen f4, but I think it's just resigning now. Bishop back. Oh, actually he wins some pawns, so... Oh, actually it's... But why not like queen f5 or something? Rook g7, queen f6 then. Yeah, maybe queen f6, queen d3, and queen h3 is threat mate. So position is still not easy, so knight f5 is the current position. White has 13 minutes. But now if black just pushes a pawn, what can white do? He can just try to promote. Oh, also rook d7 is the move. Attacking this pawn. Actually, white may be in trouble again. Okay, but white idea could be to play something like e5 and try to take on f6 and have some mating threats here. That could be an idea. So that's very interesting. Okay, let's see next game. Kaido. Okay, improved a little bit, but still. So we have seen up until this moment, yes. Knight h3 was played, king f6, knight came back, knight b5, f4, king f2, and this is current position. Okay, now rook h3 is a move. Big move actually. Rook h3 wins the pawn on f3, so I think he will play it. Okay, white can take on g5 if he wants to keep this pawn, but I'm not sure. Maybe play king g2 as well. Now rook goes back and take on d6. And yeah, 2 extra pass pawns for white on the queen side. Knight is going back to e4. Then push d6, c5. Could be very risky also for black. So is rook h3 the move to be played, or he would rather play it safe and go back with the knight to f7? Or it will be very interesting to see his decision here. And he's still thinking. Yes. So players of course get another 30 minutes after move 40. So this is move 46. So he had already got his 30 minutes and he spent half of it already. It's because it's big decision now to allow this exchange sacrifice or no. I think practically he shouldn't. He has but maybe yes, because it's not easy to protect this pawn, because knight f7 he can play knight c3 and now he's threatening knight e4 check. If white gets his knight to e4, then maybe all of a sudden white is pushing, because now this knight will be so passive on f7 and he cannot protect this d6 pawn any other way. Okay, rook d8 allows h4 and then knight c3, knight e4, again very good for white. So maybe he has to go for rook h3, which is not what he wanted, I guess. But maybe he could have played just rook h3 here, and then because f4 is a big decision, because it gives the e4 square. But rook h3 here, yeah, I think this was better. Yeah, that looks very good for black now. He will have to play rook f2, and now if you play f4 and then even e4, because if he takes you can play even king e5. Now okay, I will win back my pawn, this b3 is hanging. No, this is just winning for black. And if he takes here, I mean, at least I could play e3, then I will win one of these pawns, if not both. And black also should be better. Also king is coming to e5. Yes, I think it's one of these moves that you say, okay, I'll play f4 first or rook h3 first, and then you play one, missing a simple or a possible defense, and then position is much more complicated than you thought. Because rook h3 is made by rook g5, I think. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so this is a game also we haven't seen before, of a Swedish young player, Siu Jongmin, with black against Amit Moksh. So it's d4, queen's gambit accepted, with b5, which is quite trendy variation as well. e5, take, knight b5, knight b6. I think it's considered to be better for white nowadays, this variation, as far as I know. Not a big expert there. black gives back the pawn on b5 to have a good bishop on b7, or open the diagonal, also getting the square on d5, but white gets easy development, and the c4 pawn is always weak. Yeah, he just won the pawn, I think, on d3. And yeah, okay, black has some compensation because of control of d5 square, also the right square bishop. Now could come to b7, but yeah, I think with time, if white's managed to slowly stabilize his position, yeah, all these exchanges, just extra pawn. But okay, now it's good compensation for black, but a pawn is a pawn, yeah. Exchanging queens was not good for black. Now I can play g3, put everything on dark squares, bring his king to e3, and try to exchange some rooks. If he manages, then he's winning. But black should have tried something. Maybe g5 makes sense here. I think g5 to force at least some rook f1. Yes, so he's exchanging more rooks now. This is not easy for black. Extra pawn, and all black piece or white pieces are on dark squares, so the light square bishop feels really useless in a way. But still, not easy to convert. How is it going? Okay, it's winning time. The king came. Finally, probably b4 will come. No? But he has to play b4 at some point to make use of this extra pawn. Okay, it should be a draw, I think. Because in worst case, but if b4 is played, then black can always sacrifice the bishop for the pawn and try to exchange the king side pawns and hold a draw. Easier said than done, but we'll see. White pawns are also quite weak, with king coming to f5, maybe to g4, and then yeah, it's not so easy for white. Okay, let's see this game. Grandmaster Eric Blomqvist, a good friend, against woman grandmaster from India. Let's see how this was. Sicilian c3. Usually, or it's quite known that c3 is a bit drawish variation, or not getting so much complicated position when played by white, but of course it could be a good surprise as well for your opponent, or getting positions that you are more familiar with. So let's see, d6 and bishop b5. I think it's not the most famous move here. But okay, yeah, mainly I think knight c6 is the main move now, and bishop c4, knight b6 and stuff like that. So d6 check, now bishop c4. So white lost a tempo to make black bishop on d7. d4, change. He gives this pawn. Okay, he can take and queen h5 to win back the pawn. King to d7, of course, his only move. And he didn't take back the pawn on e5, because then black will play knight c6 and developing with a tempo, and white wanted to use the fact that the king on the center and played c4. d4 was played, take back the pawn, and queen b5. Queen b6 or something, yes. Knight d2 take. Okay, suddenly it looks quite okay for black. Because he has a pass pawn, these 3 pawns on the queen side for white is maybe not so much. Knight b4, knight f3. Knight f3 is good because the pawn on d4 is not easy to protect. Knight c2, rook b1, bishop d6, rook d1, e5. But I think the problem now is this knight could easily get trapped. Yeah, with a3 it's not going back. Knight g5, very good move to have the knight on e4, blockading these passed pawns. Bishop d2, now the knight is not going back, probably. Still the knight cannot go back. And then a3 probably. Bishop c1. So black's biggest problem in this position is the knight on c2. White just want to play like a3, king d3, and then try to attack the knight with somehow one of the rooks, developing the bishop, and then rook c1, and the knight is just trapped. So can she do something about it? Rook d5, a3, and a4. But now the b4 is back as an option for black, so it's fine. The knight on e4 is doing very good job, but it's not enough for advantage. Yeah? f3, okay, but this rook, okay, he wants to play rook h3, but then bishop f8, maybe h4. h4 is white's, I think, idea to play rook g6 afterwards. d3, rook f8 I think was a big mistake. Okay, she wanted maybe to take and play rook f1, but then there is bishop e1 anyway, and then knight c2. Okay, could have been the idea, but rook h3 is... Okay, maybe can she do this? Let's see. Take, check. Bishop e1 on the move, and then knight c2. So, what can white do? King d2 probably. Okay, rook d3 is a move, but then knight e1. And yeah, it's just piece up. I mean, 2 pieces for a rook, but of course it's better for black because he will exchange one pair of rooks. He can take on g2. No, it's bad. So what else? King d2. Okay, I can take knight e1 as well. Because taking on h6 is not big. I just move my king. Yeah, I'm wondering why not rook e4. That's very strange. Maybe I'm missing something obvious, which could be the case. I hope it's not, but yeah, I don't see. Because it's just forcing, yeah, rook e4. Okay, if he takes first, I just go to d7. He cannot take on b4 because I take with the rook, so he has to take. Okay, check, this checkmate. Bishop here is only move. Knight c2, I want to take the bishop. How can he protect? No way, but king d2. Then I just take a piece. Maybe if knight... but also knight f3 is a threat now. Oh my god, what is this? It's just winning for black. I don't know. Maybe I can check with engine to see. Yeah, actually position is so winning for black, yeah. h5 is right, rook e4 is right, even g4 played is also correct. Check, king here. Take. Knight f6 was played. No, he had to, or she had to take on f6 probably, and play rook c2. And then rook e2 is coming. It's checkmate. So knight f6, king d8 was played. Now this gives some hope for white. Sacrificing the rook because the pawn cannot be stopped. That's interesting. So he has to take back. Of course, if he takes here, then f2 and a queen is coming with checkmate. So take. Rook f4 with a big mistake. Oh my god. She had to play just rook d4. Because of knight d5 that happened in the game. Rook f3. And he just won a piece. So all of a sudden white is a piece up. So I guess this time pressure, yeah, it's move 40. Oh, I think it was big time pressure for black that she couldn't, or she blundered, yeah, just blundered. Okay, here she can still play rook d4. I mean, no need to sacrifice anything. And hope to just hold the game. But here after this, oh, maybe she missed that he has king e3. And he's just winning. Rook d7 and now it's game over. 2 extra pawns. Okay, 1. But still a lot of work to do. But I think white will convert this. Okay, many positions, even with the 2 extra rook pawns, it could be a draw. But it's very difficult, I think, and black needs to know so much endgame, I think, to hold these positions. But let's see. Such crazy game. Black was completely winning, and then in time pressure blundered, or did a wrong sacrifice, let's say, of a piece, and then white now is with really good winning chances. Yes, very interesting game. And what other live games we have? French game between International Master Ivan Park 2300 against International Master Toivo. French Vinauer, not Vinauer, main line. This queen b6. Take and b4. Yes, there's some piece sacrifice here on b4. Which is sometime played, but not here. Take. So it's positional player. White has a very strong space advantage, and bishop on d4 gives good control. And of course the usual problem of the French defense, the bishop on c8. But black also has some activity, and knight on c4 is looking good. a5. Yes, I think it's time to move this bishop. Yes, playing bishop c5 to exchange these dark square bishops. Doesn't seem like bad idea. Queen g3 was played. I think black should take on d4, but no. Knight c5 finally, and knight e3. But why knight e3? Yes, a possible move would be to play this computerish move, yeah, and then very good compensation for black. Also no attack for white, so it's very difficult to achieve f5. b4 is weak, and pawn on is protected. If I take b4 pawn, so yeah, it's decent move. Okay, he played knight e3, rook c1, take, and knight c2. He wanted this way to take the file, probably with rook a8 or something. Bishop d3. Oh, nice tactic, I guess. Because bishop c5 and rook d4, rook a4. Oh, he has in the end. Oh. is it a piece sacrifice or a blunder? I don't know, hard to tell. But the queen is quite misplaced. Yeah, it needs to come back. So maybe f5 or something. Queen h4, also threatening mate. Okay, good move. Okay, if queen has to go back and you are piece down, then for sure something have went wrong for you. f5, b3, rook b4, b4 take, and queen d4 probably. Actually queen d4 could be a blunder because of a nice trick, rook a4. Now if he takes the rook, I promote and I'm attacking a rook. That's why he had to play rook here, but that allowed rook a4 as well, and oh my god, d4 check. Black got some counterplay, but okay, more exchanges means it's good for white, and the bishop can come to d3, h6. Okay, check. Now threatening mate on e8. Okay, so this is current position, but now what if queen where? Queen b8? Then okay, there is knight d2 also, preventing the promotion. But maybe queen d8. But then queen b3. Okay, okay, black needs to prevent this mate. So if queen d8, now knight d2 could be met by queen g5 and winning the bishop. But something like queen b4 I think is winning for white, because yeah, b2 pawn is lost and the d pawn is not going anywhere. And d2 could just be taken by queen because now the bishop is back open again. It's also a very interesting game. Yes, let's see if more games are finished. Okay, so Sashi finally agreed to a draw, and not surprisingly it was okay, played till the end, so they got to this pawn endgame, and white just calculated and knew how to make his draw. Yes, of course. And okay, it will continue, and the white king is just in time to go back. And b1, a1, and easy draw. So this is finished. So our top 8 boards are already finished. So let's see. This position. How did he play? G4. I mean h5. Okay, he could have played h3, but then probably knight f4, and he will take h3. Okay, take and g4, so he give another pawn. Yes, but white won all the pawns now. After being pawned down, white is now extra pawn, and he's even threatening to win black's rook. That could be a big turn of events in this game if white managed to win. Let's see. And this game is still going. Yeah, now black is definitely the one pushing. This is the pawns. Yeah, king a7, d4, take, check first. Probably he has to take on c4. Okay, he can give checks, but why to make draw here? I mean, he can take. Okay, white can take on f6, but maybe something like this also. But knight c6 is a very dangerous move, yes. So maybe he'll have to check. King goes, and maybe king b7 or something. It's very complicated position, still a lot of play. And Kaido, okay, they went for the exchange sacrifice. Yeah, he had to. But he played e4, not rook h3. Very good. Take. And, this much better version, of course. Now black is in total control, of course. I think it should be winning for black now. So e4 was a very good move. Yes, the point is now the king always goes to e5. And also rook h3 is coming. And then f3, f2, the pawn is very quick, I think. Yes, so he went for the exchange sacrifice anyway, but yeah, including also rook h2 is... Okay, it's needed because he cannot take here, because knight f7. So he had to play rook h2. But maybe that's what white missed, yeah, that after king f2 there is f2. And he cannot take the rook, he has to play this, but after king g5 it's game over, so he had to take. Yeah, but this should be winning for black now, I guess. Unless some knight b7. But probably just check. And maybe even take on b3. That should be close to winning, I guess. Yeah. And this game, okay, still going, so yeah, it's kind of what we expected. So he pushed the b pawn finally, and black also advanced his pawn to h3, so he always has rook g2 ideas. Could be very difficult for white to deal with. I'm surprised he didn't play like his bishop back to be threatening rook g2, because yeah, this... Okay, he wants to check, maybe rook c1, rook b1 and so on. But I thought having rook g2 threat is very strong as well. Yes. And Eric, okay, h5. I thought he would try to go with the king. So now, okay, I think she has to play this. Then he probably play rook g5. Yes. And if king d7, not so easy to play these endgames. I think here I would have maybe went with the king first and then start pushing the pawn. Hard to say. This game, yeah, okay, it happened queen b8, but knight d2 is only move, yeah. Now he can take on e5. It's again very tricky. So queen e5, king will go to h3 probably. If queen e3, knight f3, and the checkmate cannot be prevented. Yes, it cannot be. It's always nice allowing your opponent to get two queens and checkmate him. So after knight d2, what can black play? But okay, this mating net is almost impossible to get rid of. So he has to take on e5 and maybe even go back, just queen b8. But then he takes the bishop on a6. So queen b5, for example, is exchanging queen just winning for white. Probably it is, yeah. Just bring the king, and the bishop is not in time because d3 is always there, yeah. So he just bring his king, win d3, and then win b2, and that's it. Okay, so that looks close to winning for white. How is this game? Okay, this we haven't checked actually. Matthias then against Konstantin. Okay, Sicilian. So I'm going a bit fast now, just to see how is the game developing. White won a pawn. Compensation. Okay, pawn structure. Okay, queen c6. I mean, black could have played queen g3, but probably after rook h3, knight here, rook f5, then knight c5. Well, it will be probably a pawn up in endgame, should be still drawish, but okay, white is maybe pushing, so he played queen c6. Oh, okay, he won his pawn back anyway, but some attack still in the game. Okay, repetition, but didn't really help white. Yeah, sometimes you are not sure who is playing for a win here, because it seems like white is more active, has more chances, better pieces coordination. And yeah, 98. But also, yeah, his king is more exposed, weaker kings. So knight in d6 is nice, but it's not so much. Yeah, he lost the first pawn. So, second pawn. Okay, he has very good activity, but is it enough? I doubt. Oh, but he... Yes, now black is almost winning. Knight h6 or e5 even, yeah. Yes. Can white hold this? Oh, he took the pawns, yes. Yeah, I think black could have been winning at some point, but he might have. Like, I think this point, yes, looks... Two extra pawns and no clear threats for white. This looks like a nice winning position for black. I don't know what happened here. So, or what could he do? He could maybe give a check first or something. See where this king goes, or try to attack this pawn. Because before didn't really help him. It actually lost the pawn after knight d5. Yeah, I think it's this. If it's a draw, it will be a big miss for black. He will regret a lot. And I think he should take the draw, because if he starts pushing, he could lose f6 pawn, and it could be just going the wrong way for him. So sometimes you feel bad that you spoil the winning positions and you still keep trying to play, but it's most likely that you will lose it if you push too much, because you are upset you missed your chance, and you just keep playing bad moves. It's a typical story. Okay, so let's see if more games are finished. So top 8. Okay. Oh, so they ended in a draw. Okay. This game. So they just repeated here. Yeah, but black is of course clearly better. Yeah? He just should take on c4, I guess. Yeah, but he didn't want to take risk. Okay. Understandable against higher rated opponent, but yeah, I think he will regret it. Yes, this my position is just winning for white, for black. Okay, knight f5 was blunder. Yes, he had to play queen g4, threatening mate or something. on c8. But after knight f5, it's just okay. Queen a7, king a7 is not needed. He could just push maybe. And after e5, what can he do? Not easy. Maybe some queen somewhere b1, threatening queen h1. If knight g3, I think he has to play. Can he push? Take, push. Yeah, that's something not easy to evaluate, of course. Some check here, but can go back here. If check here, rook covers. Yeah, crazy position. So players just took a draw. Okay. It's endgame still. White is still thinking. But black down to 31 seconds. Wow. So he spent all his time here to play king e7. But it's like only move. Okay, he could play king e5 as well. But, yeah, spending 12 minutes to play king e7 sounds really risky. Okay, Kaido. Oh, already queen endgame. Wow. How? So it happened. Okay, take c5. Ah, he didn't take on b7. Plays c5 immediately. Checking and sacrificed. Wow. d6. Oh, but isn't this winning for black? Can't he play f3? I think f3 just wins, yeah? Or no? Maybe no. Wow. This is really interesting position. d6. Extra rook. Can he win? I believe he should be, but how? But can I just give a check here? Where is white going to go? Because if you go back, then my king is just coming and win. So maybe he has to play king d or king e5 to prevent black's king from going back. And the point is d7 is threatening queen with check, so I have to do something about it. Okay, maybe it's not easy. So he played rook d7, king d5, f3. Wow. But then c6 and he just gave the rook. And promote, and he's trying to exchange queens. Ah, but this just wins, yeah? Because he exchanged queens, so probably it's game over already. If king goes to d7 or c7, okay, d7 there's queen f5, exchange queens, c7 or c5 there's queen c3. So this is only move, but again after queen f5 it's just a winning pawn in game. So yeah, rook d7 was a good calculation, I would say, by black, because it's forced and he has this beautiful queen f6 check that exchanged queens by force, winning the game. So very nice technique by Grandmaster Kaido. Well done, nice game. Okay, Xiumin drew his game finally. Now just checks, yeah. So of course king e5 was not played, but it's players putting the kings in the DGT board. So yeah, it's good save for black, I would say, in this game, because he was just pawn down. And this game, yes, so this what we said, yeah, black pushed too hard and now I think white will win. Side pawn is very strong and it's most likely he will lose the c2 pawn, and then white is the one winning. So black was extra pawn, but probably push too hard, and then at some point he should make a draw, but now he spent all his time trying not to make a draw, and it's too late already, I think. Okay, so now our almost top 20 boards almost finished. Let's see how is this game developing. But now after king g7 it's just winning for white. Or, okay. Because the king is cut here, the pawn, even if push, the king cannot go anywhere and he just promotes and win. Because the king is cut, and after a3, just rook g3 will win the pawn. a2, rook a3, and it's game over. And yeah, so a big turn of events in this game. Black was winning at some point, but in time pressure she blundered, and Grandmaster Eric made good use of that, getting a winning position. As for this current position now, I think I just h7 wins. And yeah, the last game remaining, yes, also almost decided white is winning here. So yeah, I guess that's it for today. You have seen almost all the games. I hope you had a nice time watching the commentary. Hopefully tomorrow Grandmaster Tom will be back with you. He'll be feeling better, I hope, and we will all enjoy his great commentary. And I'll start playing also tomorrow against Nils, so hopefully we'll have some good games and good fight that you will enjoy. And of course the tournament, Rilton Cup, also more interesting games to follow. You can still, of course, follow the remaining ongoing 3 games, but I think it's almost decided the results. So I wish you all a very good night and all the best for the new year. And I hope to be back with you in the next days as well for some time to commentate maybe my games or other games going. And have a good night, everyone, and see you later. Thank you for being here.